Hey, welcome in, guys. Get started in a few minutes. Hey, God bless. Welcome in. Good to see you. I pray you guys are all having a good Monday start to the week. I'm going to share my testimony tonight with you guys. So if you know somebody that is struggling with addiction, if you know somebody that feels stuck right now, definitely, hey, Prophet Ben, love you, bro. Share out the live to them because I believe that my testimony will impact people in the room tonight. Hey, Melissa. God bless you. Hey, Alicia. Good to see you. I got your order going out tomorrow. So for those in the room now, I'll announce it again in a little while, but the sales are still going on the website if you're looking to buy any of the merchandise, the books, the shirts, the cups, all the stuff that we have, the prayer oils, the Black Friday and Cyber Monday sales are still going on. Yeah, share the live out, get someone in here that needs to hear, because a lot of people are struggling with addiction. Addiction is one of the biggest things that I see people battling. The word says that we overcome by the blood of Jesus Christ and by the power of our testimony. So I haven't shared my full testimony in a while, and I know the Lord has been wanting me to share it with the holidays. You guys hear my mic okay? I got YouTube and TikTok going at the same time, so okay. Papa Hugh, love you, Papa Hugh. I was a mess, guys, before you. A lot of you didn't know old me. Man, God has really done a work in my life. That's all I can say, man. I shouldn't be here. I should be in a grave, honestly. I should be in a box. But the grace and mercy of God is, he knew the purpose and calling he had for my life. But I had to make some choices. And if I wouldn't have made those choices, I wouldn't be here. So we'll get started in a couple of minutes. Let me share the live out. I didn't even share the live out yet. Hey, sister, God bless. Yep, they took everyone I ran with too. They didn't even make it to prison, and unfortunately, most of them did not know the Lord or have a relationship with Him, I should say. Yeah. That's what happens with that life. The illusion is that it's some fairy tale. That's what they try to tell you in the street is like you're going to retire. You're going to have the big house on the hill with the multi-million dollar cars, that it's going to be this beautiful life, but it's not that at all. Nobody retires from the drug game. You only end up two ways. You end up addicted or you end up unalived. That's the only two ways it ends. They have an old saying, I'm sure they still say it to this day, but when you go to NA meetings or Alcoholic Anonymous, they say jails, institution, and the grave, because that's the three ways you go. Retirement isn't one of them. Having a bunch of money that you can just retire with is not one. And don't get me wrong, you can make a lot of money. I did, but it goes just as fast as it comes. It doesn't last. No matter how much of a smart dealer you think you are, it always ends the same way. Hey, Lily, God bless, sister. And I just want to encourage people in the room too. We all have a different testimony. We all have a different story. My Old Testament, who I was before Christ, is a lot thicker than my New Testament. I'm going on 14 years in the faith now. And it's been a journey every step of the way. I didn't get to where I am overnight. And you guys are going to hear about my testimony, not just before Christ, but what the walk has been like this 14 years I've been in it, because none of it has been easy. But Jesus didn't tell us it would be a comfort walk. He didn't tell us it would be a piece of cake. In fact, it's an execution to our own life. And that doesn't sound very fun. I don't think there's any process of a crucifixion that's fun. Hey, Isabel, God bless you. And that's what we do. We're to be crucified with Christ and to live with Christ, to be resurrected with him. So you have to die to your old self. And that's not a one and done. That's a everyday thing you have to commit to and wake up and do. You have to unalive to your feelings, your will, even your emotions at times, because your emotions will mislead you. That's how the devil has control of so many Christians, is they're led by emotion and feelings. And feelings, like we talked about the other night, they come and go like the wind. They're here 1 minute, you feel angry or upset with somebody 1 minute, and then you wake up and usually that feeling or emotion is gone. Now you can make the choice to continue to hang on to it and keep reliving that emotion and that feeling, which is what a lot of people do. They're still stuck in that a feeling or emotion from years ago, and they've never gotten past it because they chose to accept it and to hang on to it and not let it go. And you gotta release it. Hey, Cindy, welcome in. Welcome in, Jamie. It doesn't matter if, because I know some people in their mind, they'll say, well, I don't have a crazy testimony like I'm going to share with you guys. Don't try to judge or compare one testimony to another. There's no such thing as a small testimony. We don't serve a small or a little God. We serve a great God, a big God, an enormous God. And he doesn't make small moves in people's lives. He only makes big moves. And he does that so that when the world looks at your life, they'll know that it wasn't you, but it was him. That's why he only makes big moves. So it doesn't matter how small you might think your testimony is, it's powerful, because in the book of Revelation, it says that we overcome by the finished work of the cross, the blood of Jesus Christ, but we also overcome by our testimony of how we came into the faith and how we encountered Christ and how he's changed us, and he's bringing us from testimony to testimony to testimony. This is the thing, like, a testimony is not just a one situation occurrence. All right. I was radically changed from a street life, from a drug addicted life, but that's not where my testimony ends. You understand? That's not where your testimony ends. You're going from glory to glory, testimony to testimony. Yeah, there's wilderness, there's trials, there's pits in the in between sections of those victories, but that's where the refining takes place. You should have more than just one testimony to share in your life. You might have some testimonies that seem greater than others, right? But even if it's, you didn't know how you were going to pay a bill and all of a sudden the money showed up, that's a testimony. You had sickness in your body and all of a sudden it's gone now and doctors can't understand why. That's a testimony. You were about to get into an accident and all of a sudden an angel of the Lord made the car swerve and go completely away from you. That's a testimony. You gotta hang on those testimonies, because God doesn't change. He's the same. He's the same yesterday, he's the same today, he's the same forever. God don't change. And we have a track record of what he's done in our life time and time again. If he bailed you out of one addiction, he'll bail you out of the one you're stuck in. If he saved your life once before, he could save your life again. Yeah, you should never be ashamed to share your testimony. There's parts of, I think we could all think that in a way, but it's the power of the transparency when you share it. Because one thing I've learned, I've always been a transparent person, even before I came to Christ. And I've seen the power of being transparent and saying things that your flesh may not really want to say. When you confess a sin to somebody, your flesh don't want to, believe me. Every one of us in the room, 50 people in here now, you could every one of us could say, man, when you've had to confess to somebody that you're doing something you don't want to do, it does not feel good. That's what humility is. Humility is not designed to feel good. Because humility is crucifying the flesh. It's cutting this wicked flesh. That's why your flesh hates it. But your spirit embraces it. The spirit of God in you showed the greatest form of humility there'll ever be. So the spirit in you is at war with the flesh, and it wants you to live a humble, transparent life. No skeletons in the closet. That's what we like to say. Are there any skeletons in the closet? When you have real, true intimacy with God, there's nothing that you're hiding from him. You can't hide anything from him anyway. He knows all things, he sees all things, he hears all things. He's all knowing, and he's omnipresent. He's everywhere at the same time. So we think that we can get one over on God, though, like, oh, he's not going to know I'm doing this. But when you live a life of humility, and when you do fall short, that in that moment you confess it to God. Sometimes you got to confess it to leadership. Sometimes you got to confess it to a mentor. There's power in the word, because James 5:16 says, if you confess your sins to one another, that you will be healed. Some people aren't getting healed because they're not confessing. It's not because God doesn't want to deliver you. It's because you're not willing to humble yourself. Ask me how I know. I was that person. I was that person. So don't buy the lie of the devil and say, well, my testimony's not as radical as what Brother Trevor might share. Because you have a testimony that ministers to a specific audience that I can't minister to. Right? Your own experiences that you go through in life, they're used so you can minister to the very same people that God delivers you from. You can't minister to an addict unless you've been an addict. You can evangelize to them. You can evangelize to anyone, but the chances of them listening to you are probably very slim, because people typically don't want to listen to you unless you've been through what they're going through, unless you walked in their shoes. And then when they know that you walked in their shoes, and they know that many times the shoes that you walked into theirs were actually worse than where they are, and then you share about how God transformed you. See, that gives them hope. That gives them hope. That gives them encouragement to know, well, if God did it for Brother Trevor, then he could do it for me. I'm just a regular guy. There's nothing special about me, and God's not a spectator of person. He doesn't find favoritism for specific people. So that's what you have to know, is that, you know, I've never lost a child. I can't really minister to someone that's going through that right now because I don't fully understand what that's like. But somebody may. Somebody in the room may know exactly what that feels like, and what the process is they went through. It's like a guide to help another person going through the very thing, because this is the power of transparency. Is there's many people that are where you are right now that don't have the voice to speak. They don't have the voice to speak and share. There's people that are battling addiction right now that are afraid to speak up. But when someone like us comes and we share that, not only was I exactly where you are right now, but I was way worse. But let me tell you about what God did. Let me tell you about the transformative power when he puts his spirit in you, how you will be radically changed, and he'll bring you through a sanctification process where he's purifying you daily. I didn't get all the addictions removed in my life all at the same time. I had to go through a process to get these addictions broken off of me. But at the same time, I had to co-labor with God, because that's the part we always want to leave out. We want God to do all the work, but we want to sit back and do nothing. And you will not get delivered if that's your mentality. God will give you the strength, but you are going to have to access that strength. You're going to have to tap into that. You're going to have to make a decision mentally that I'm done doing this thing. I don't want to do it anymore. That's what I had to do. I had to make a decision, and then God will honor that decision. If you draw the line in the sand and you say, you know what, God, tonight is the night that I'm done. Don't wait till the new year. Don't This is what the devil will do for the people listening. It's December 1st. What is there? 31 days in December. You got 30 days left to keep doing that sin. You got 30 days left. Just keep just go out with a bang, because there's people right now in the room that are trying to break an addiction. And what he'll say is, he'll say, "Oh, just get it out of your system this month, because starting January 1st, you're going to turn a new leaf and it's going to be a new start." but you might not even make it to January 1st. You might not even make it through tonight. So that's a lie of the devil. You don't have to wait till a new year to start. You can start right now. You can start right now in this moment tonight when you get out of this live and say, you know what? I'm done. I'm done drinking. I'm done fornicating. I'm done smoking. I'm done cussing. Whatever that vice is that you're bound by. But you have to make a choice. Hey, Damaris, you have to make a decision, because that's what God will honor. If you make a decision to keep doing it, well, God will honor that and he'll let you keep doing it. And the grace and mercy of God is when you call on him to bail you out, he'll still bail you out. He'll still bail you out. But if you want to stay free, you're going to have to commit with everything you got. Before I get into my testimony, the number one question that people will ask me is, they say, Brother Trevor, what's the secret? You may find people ask you this question too. What's the secret? How do you get out of addiction? What's the secret? Well, there's a two-part answer to that. First, the solution is the power of Jesus Christ. That's the answer. But the second part that goes with the first answer is you have to pursue Jesus with the same energy you pursued the addiction. Because if you don't, it won't work. If you don't chase God with everything that you have the same way you chase the addiction, then it won't work. You'll end up falling right back into it again at some point. That's the answer. That's the solution. It's not a feel-good solution, but it works. I promise you, it works. Jesus was the last thing on my list that I went to. And I grew up in church. I started, some people come from a broken home. There's a lot of people that they come from single parent families. They come from, maybe they were adopted. They don't even know their real parents. Maybe they lost their parents. I came from what I would call the perfect Italian family. My parents were married for 21 years of marriage, and my mom was a stay-at-home mom. She cooked, she cleaned. The house was always in great condition. And my dad worked a very competitive sales career. And anyone that has done sales or does sales, how tough it can be, especially when you work on commission. So you never know what's going to happen. Originally, we started in West Palm Beach, and then my dad got a job opportunity to be a manager for his company. He supplied material to all the builders that would build houses, and we moved to the Spring Hill, Florida area. Now, when I moved to this area, it was real desolate. It wasn't. Now it's crowded to the point where it's like it's too built up now. It's become a retirement area now in Florida. But mind you, I had good friends in the neighborhood. We lived in a nice. It wasn't like a gated subdivision, but it was a nice area. Hey Jesse, welcome in, brother. So I had stability. I have a brother that's 6 years younger. So it was me and my younger brother. But 6 years can kind of be a big age gap. So it was like I had a brother, but it's like we weren't really close as brothers. And then what happened when I turned 13 years old? And 13 is a very crucial year for children, men especially, is when when I turned 13, my parents got divorced. They they started to kind of have an affair on one another, and things, the marriage had started breaking down like right before that. uh but when they got my dad moved out of the house before the divorce was finalized, so there was a void in my home. My perfect family was uprooted and shaken. And I was in middle school at the time, and I started I started looking for a new family. The family that I had had was now broken and dismantled, and I was looking for acceptance because I feel like even up until this point, I was always trying to get acceptance from my dad, but it's like he was so busy with work all the time, and with sales, it's not a 9 to 5, it's from the time you open your eyes till you go to sleep, basically. And he had set a goal to make $1 million. That was his dream goal to do, and he achieved that goal. But in order to make that kind of money, there's a great sacrifice that comes with earning that amount of money. And I'm not just talking about this amount of money that you make for the year. I'm talking about in your bank account, free and clear. Like you can touch this money. Um, so that's a whole different thing. But anyway, while I was in middle school, I started to hang around the the wrong people. They were the popular people, and they were the people that were connected to the street. And I I felt like a ghost before I got connected with this group at middle school. I felt like I didn't really have a lot of friends. Um, in fact, I used to get bullied. I used to get picked on, and the bigger kids at the bus stop would get around me, and they would form a circle, and they would push me down, and they would make fun of me and say mean jokes and do all that stuff. And there was one kid, uh, and ironically, he has the same name that I do, but he was like the bully of the group. He was the instigator, and I used to come home every day, like just humiliated, broken, and even in fear to go to the bus stop every day because I knew what these kids were going to do. Um, and I would try to push back and stuff, but because there were so many of them, and they were bigger and stronger than me, they strong armed me. So I had told my parents, and I started getting into karate. I started learning how to fight, because I put it in my mind that I was going to take this bully out. I knew the only way I was going to get freedom was to take the bully out. Um, and there's a lot of children that are in this very situation, and it's real. I realized how real it was in my life, so I decided, with the approval of my parents, to learn how to fight. But I didn't tell anybody. I was going 2 or 3 times a week, and I was training, and I was sparring, and I was learning how to fight and defend myself, mainly to defend myself. It wasn't until years later I got more into boxing and kickboxing and MMA, where I wanted to learn how to really hurt people. Uh, but I started out for defense. That was my main goal because I knew these bullies were not going to let up. So I kept the training up. They kept picking on me. And then things shifted one day. We got on the bus, and after we were at the bus stop, and the bus came, and when I sat down, on the bus, the main bully of the group, he sat in the seat right next to me, which never happens. Usually they sit in the last row of the bus, where the popular kids usually sit, and I would sit more like in the middle. Um, but this particular day, he made it a point to sit in the seat with me. Um, and he had evil intentions in mind. That's why he was sitting there. So long story short, he put me in a headlock, and as he had me in the headlock, he was looking at the other bullies that he ran with, and they were like mocking and making fun of me or whatever. So what I did is I took my elbow and I drove it into his rib cage. And when I did that, his reaction obviously is to let go of me immediately. And I stood up and I hit this kid so hard in the nose that he hit his head, um, and he fell on the floor. And after that, I got kicked off the bus for ten days. They suspended me for 10 days. My parents weren't even mad. They were actually happy that I stood up and defended myself. But that was the day that the tables turned. I had to take out the bully to walk in freedom. I had to stand up for myself, and it caught him off guard because he wasn't expecting me to do this. He just, I'm sure, assumed that things were just going to be like every other day where they picked on me, but this time the tables turned. And after that, from that day on, they weren't so quick to want to mess with me then, because now they knew, oh, they might get stung back now. So I kind of didn't really have any issues with them after that. And about shortly right after that point, I had got involved with a group, um, that was in a gang. They were in a street gang, and they had ties to the Folk Nation. They were a smaller gang that was local to the area. And in middle school, it's not it's not like what it is now. It was more like, you got into fights, you stole stuff, you might sell some things here and there, but it wasn't it wasn't high level distribution level. I wouldn't get into that till later on. But I always had an entrepreneur mindset, a hustler mentality. So even when I was in high school, I mean middle school, I was selling candy. This is one of the hustles that I had early on in school, is I always found a way to make money. I would install car stereos for the kids, uh, in high school when I would get into high school, in my parents' garage. So I was doing that to make money. I was push mowing lawns in my neighborhood at the age of 10. So I was making money from that. And when I would go to school every day, I would buy bags of candy, and I would open them up, how you buy like, uh 50 pieces of like the bubble gum circles, whatever, for like $3. I would open all those big bags and I would dump them into my backpack, and I would sell candy for 10 cents a piece. And I would fill up my whole backpack, and I would literally sell everything every day. I was making roughly like 50 to 60 bucks a day just selling candy. And of course, people started to know, because I was supplying everybody in school. And when you start making money, people start getting jealous. So some people turned me in, and I had to go to the principal's office, and I got caught, and they tried to threaten with arresting me, but that really wasn't what they wanted to do. So they suspended me for 10 days. Um, so then I had to do it more subtly, because of I had eyes watching me in the school. But I got involved. Like I said, I started making money really early. Um, 50 or 60 bucks might not sound like a lot now, but to a middle schooler, that especially back when I was in middle school, that would be like $100 or more today. Um, so it was a decent amount of money on top of, like I said, cutting lawns and installing car stereos. So I was running with a bad crowd, but they welcomed me with open arms. You know, I found an identity with these people because my perfect family life was broken and in shambles. Hey, brother Jose, I don't know if you're in here, but God bless, bro. My perfect home life in shambles. Now I go looking for an identity, which people that come from broken homes or single parent families, that's what you do. You go looking for a new identity somewhere and you go where you're accepted. So, whatever crowd or group is going to accept you with open arms, that's going to be your home. That's going to be your family. And see, that's the facade that the street life offers you. It gives you a facade of you're going to make a lot of money, you're going to have protection, you're going to have a family, and you're going to have an identity. But it's a false facade, and you don't really realize this until you're in too deep. And when you're in too deep, then you're in a position where it's very hard to get out. And some gangs that you get in, they say it's blood in, blood out. So you have to be jumped to get in, and you have to, um, at best case situation, jump to get out. But you could lose your life trying to get out. Sometimes you got to buy your way out with money. Everyone kind of operates in a different way when it comes to that. Some are more severe, some are more lenient, but the premise is the same no matter what flag you carry. You know, whether you're a Crip, whether you're a Blood, whether you're MS-13, you're a gangster disciple. I mean, you go on and on and on. Folk Nation, they're all, there's so many of them. It's like Christians today. We got, you know, 42,000 denominations. You probably have just as many gangs, and they all carry a different flag. They carry a different agenda, you know, but that's what they live by. That's how it is in the street. Um, so, you know, middle school began to shape my path that I would go down. And I tell the youth when I minister to the youth at schools, I tell them, if you show me your circle of friends, I'll show you your life, because the people you associate around is what you'll become. So if you hang around criminals and you're not a criminal yet, eventually you'll become one, because you become like what you hang around and associate with. That's why the Bible says that bad company corrupts good character. So you could be in good character, you could have good motives, but by hanging around the bad element, that element is going to rub off on you. The same could be said if you hang around a circle of millionaires, but you're not a millionaire yourself, eventually you'll probably become one. Well, why is that? Because you'll learn the way they think. You'll learn how they live a disciplined life. You'll learn how and what they invest their money in, how to leverage credit, how to do all these different things that you're not going to learn unless you're associated with the right people. This is why your circle matters. It not only matters in the world, but it matters in the faith too, because a man was healed because of his friend's faith. You understand? Your friends matter. You might get healed because of your friend's faith. So that's why we have to make the right choices of who we're hanging around. So mind you, as all this is going on, and I'm running the streets, I'm getting accustomed to what that life is like. My mom was given control of the house, right? My parents get divorced. My dad got a separate house, so he left the house to my mom and to me and my brother. because he wanted to make sure that our life was as stable as it could be, considering the situations. You can get them on the website. Go to the link up here, and the link that says 1A Ministries, click the shop section, and the merchandise is in there. Just put the size somewhere in the order, because I don't know if it gives you the section for the size or not. So just put the size in the order, or send me a DM and let me know what size, if for some reason it doesn't let you. So, mind you, my mom started to go down a dark path too. My both my parents struggle with alcoholism. They both like to drink. Now, at the time, they're, I guess, what I would call functioning alcoholics, where they could drink, but they still could maintain their life. They, still went to work. They still took care of their duties, but they had an addiction that they they could it was their coping mechanism. But when my dad had left the home, my mom started to get really bad with alcoholism and doing other substances, specifically like uppers. So I would come home from school and I would go to bed, and there would be a house full of people, and I would wake up to go to school, and they haven't even been to bed yet. All these people are up partying, making a bunch of noise. Like, the house has become very uncomfortable. There's all kinds of people I don't know that are in my house. They're doing a lot of different substances. Sometimes they're getting into fights with each other. So picture this crazy environment that I'm living in right now. Mind you, my mom starts dating this guy that is just no good. Um, my mom started to get a job at the bar as a bartender that wasn't too far from the house. And of course, because everything is just unstable in my life, she was inviting me to go. Um, and this is where I originally learned to start playing pool. So mind you, I'm 15 years old, and I'm hanging out in a bar while my mom's working, and I'm playing pool there. Um, have the opportunity to drink if I want to, but alcohol is not really my thing. Uh, but then my mom would get intoxicated, and sometimes I would have to drive her home. I'd have to drive her home at 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, because she was unable to drive back to the house. So even early on, it's like, in a way, I'm taking care of my mom. And yeah, pool was definitely my escape, and I learned to get really good at pool because I would be up there a lot, and they ran pool leagues out of the bar, so I got to play with some high skill level pool players. Some of them from England, and anyone that is from the UK or from England, that their pockets are a lot smaller. Um, and pool is a little different over there, where you have to be a lot more skilled. So I got to learn from some professionals that actually were competitive pool players in the United Kingdom, and I'm still really good at pool to this day, uh, because I played pool all my life. Pool was definitely, my dad liked to play pool. My mom liked to play pool, and my mom was always in the bars. My dad wasn't so much in the bars. He would only go to the bars when he would have a business meeting, or he would have to sit down with a customer and go over a sales proposal. Sometimes they would meet at a bar or a restaurant, have a drink, and go over the numbers, typical sales stuff. Um, so my mom started dating this guy, and he was no good. Like, me and my brother never liked the guy from day one. He was a narcissist. He was very controlling, very, very demeaning. Yeah, I'll be able to beat you at pool, babe, for sure. That's one game I'll definitely beat you at. You might have me at whatever they call it, the beanbag toss game. But pool is definitely my jam. But she was dating this guy, he was no good. Um, we tried to tell her he was no good, but they would just get really, really drunk together, and they would do other stuff together, other substances. And he would become violent at times. Uh, he had, on a couple occasions, I wasn't there for it, but he had pushed my mom. He just would always yell and scream at her. And uh, so one day they were at the house in the bedroom with the door closed, and I could hear him screaming at her through the door. Now, if you're going to do that to my mom when I'm not around, not that I like anything to do with that, but that's one thing. But you're not going to do that with me in the presence around her. So they had the door closed, and I started pounding on the door for him to open the door so he could stop yelling at my mom. And when he opened the door, he lunged at me and tried to take me to the ground. So him and I started fighting in the house, and we went at it. My mom called the cops, and they came here like the SWAT team. There was like 7 of them that came to the house, guns drawn, like the whole deal. After getting all the story of what happened, they arrested him and he went to jail. Um, and it was right after that I told my mom, I said, I'm done. Like, I'm moving out. Like, I'm not sticking around for this. Uh, so I made the decision to move out. But my brother, being 6 years younger, he was left behind. And unfortunately, I wasn't in a position where I could take him with me, because of his age. Uh, and my mom continued to stay with this guy, and he would end up draining her for all of her money, and then eventually things would end with them. So he pretty much used my mom to drain her of her finances and her money. Um, so I made the decision to move out, and I said, I'm done. And I didn't really know what I was going to do from this point. So I decided to get like a 9 to 5 job doing lawn maintenance. I had experience with um, cutting lawns and trimming bushes and stuff like that. So there was a big company in my area, and they offered me a job. And my first day at the job, I found it was it was a lot more of a job than what I thought I was signing up for. The first day on the job, I heard them talking in drug code. They didn't think I understood what that code means when they started talking in drug code. They were on a phone call, and I was in the truck, and I heard them talking in the code about a package would be coming, and how many pounds were going to be in the package and what to expect. And when they got off of the phone, they gave me like a funny look, and I told them, I said, I know everything that you just said. And they were kind of shocked. They're like, oh, like, wow, drug code. Hmm, yeah, it wasn't just lawnmowers and weed whackers. They were they were trafficking high grade um, for TikTok purposes, the green plants, and they were also getting. I have to be careful with my words here on TikTok, so I don't know how to trying to think how to word it. But they were getting tablets as well, um, and these tablets go with clubs and raving. We'll put it that way. So they were getting large amounts of these uh, these tablets, and they were getting um, 10 pounds a week of high grade Canadian. This was coming from Canada. It was anyone that knows Canada, their soil is better than the U.S. and their water is better. So you get better crops in Canada than you do in the U.S. And this is before, mind you. Now when they grow plants, they cross strand them. Now they have high doses of THC in a lot of these plants now. Um, Back when I was doing this, that was very uncommon. It to get like really powerful 40 something percent THC plants, like you had to have a very good source for that. And what they were doing is they were bringing it, transporting it in vehicles from Canada. So they would get cars, and they would put the stuff in the door panels. They would have secret compartments in the car, like in the floorboard, in like uh, the trunk, and in like the very back part of the glove box. So they would have like a false uh, a false compartment behind the glove box. So you would open the glove box and it would just look like a normal glove box, but behind that there would be a pressurized compartment. And these compartments that they had in the cars, anyone that's ever watched like these rug shows, you have to do a series of things to open the compartments. Like you have to turn the windshield wipers on, you have to turn uh, the headlights to the fog light mode, and then you have to turn on the radio. Like you have to do a series of three different things in order for the compartment to open up. Otherwise, you can't get it open. And they do this because if it were just one thing, then it might be easy for a custom agent or an officer to find. So this was a very high sophisticated um, ring. This wasn't a Mickey Mouse, amateur uh, organization. Like these people have been doing this for many years and never been caught, and they were very good at what they do. And this was this was constant stuff that was coming in week in and week out with no delay, no hiccups. Like it was clockwork. You could expect that every certain day of the week that these products would be coming in, and it's a substantial amount of money. I mean, ultimately, when this stuff was coming in, about $100,000 a week overall of all the stuff that was being trafficked in, and then it would be broken down into four key people like myself. So the guy that I was working for, he had me and three other people that he would distribute the stuff he was getting. And then we would do the footwork where he would sell us the bulk, and then we would break it down into smaller bags. So I would pay, this is now, mind you, this is back in when I was doing this, but I was paying $3,600 per pound. That would be what I would have to pay the guy I was working for. And then I could break down the pound how I saw fit. If I wanted to break it down into ounces, if I wanted to break it down into grams, if I wanted to break it down into half ounces or half pound, whatever I wanted. Now, the more I broke it down, the more money I made, but potentially I could be sitting on that stuff for a lot longer. So the goal was, hey, brother Robert, God bless, man. The goal was, I'm sharing my testimony for those coming in. So just so you know, I'm not promoting rugs or none of that, but I got to share the depth of my testimony so you understand what God has delivered me from. Now, mind you, the more I broke down the quantity of what I was getting, the more money I would make. But the goal wasn't so much about making more money, it was about getting rid of the stuff. Because what happens in the street is as soon as I go to my boss, the guy, the source that I get my stuff from, the clock starts ticking the longer I hold on to it because the police could come in any given moment. And the whole idea is to get rid of the stuff before they come. Because if they catch you with the stuff, then you're caught red-handed. But if, they storm into your house or pull you over and you don't have anything, they can't really do anything. They have to catch you red-handed. So the goal was, as soon as I got the stuff, I would have key people that I already knew were getting this, and this, and it was basically, I had a system set up to where as soon as I got it, it would be out of my hands by that night. By that, as soon as I would pick it up from him after that day of work, I would work all that night and it would be gone. Now, originally I started where I would have people come to the house. But then I stopped doing that because of the foot traffic that was always coming in and out of my house, where people, and that's how that's what signals police to um let people know what's going on at certain homes, is when they see people coming and going and they're not staying very long. They pull in the driveway, they're there 5 minutes and then they're gone. But it's a constant flow of traffic coming and going and coming and going. So um to try to outsmart, I guess you would say, the authorities, I started to go to people. But I would only deal with people I knew were trustable. I would not take on new people. That's another mistake that a lot of people make, is they get greedy for money and they'll sell to anybody. But you don't know that person. You don't know if they're wearing a wire. You don't know if they're an informant. You don't know them. So I only dealt with people that I knew and I trusted, and they were going to take what they got from me and they were going to make their money. So everybody was making out. My boss would make his money, I would make my money, and they would make their money. And it was this well-oiled machine. But where things began to go um, sideways is when I started trading the stuff that I was getting for other stuff. That's where I started to make a bad mistake. There's there's something that some people will say, you never use what you sell, right? If you're using the very substances that you're making money on, then usually all you're doing is you're paying for your habit. That's what ends up happening. And that's what a lot of people that get in this web and they get stuck in this life, is ultimately it's so they can cover their addiction, you know. Hey Nisa, God bless you, brother. I'm sharing my testimony. Um so where I met my downfall initially was when I started to trade the plants for other substances that were much more addictive. And then I would begin to um, take these other substances, because when they traded me these other substances, I can make more off of them than I could what I was selling. So to me, it was a win win. If somebody could give me 100 pills for a bag of grass, then I could take a $300 bag of grass and I could turn it into 3,000 with the pills. So, I'm like, oh, this is awesome. Like, like who wouldn't do this? And what started to happen is because of the amount of stuff that I was moving. Now, mind you, at this time, I was making roughly about $6,000 a week free and clear, like profit, plus what I got paid at the job, which was only like $500 to $600 on a good week. Um, and some people would say, well, why did you stay at the job? Well, because one of the number one mistakes that a trafficker makes is that they don't have a job, that trafficking is their job. So when the IRS comes knocking or the authorities and they say, well, how did you buy this, $30,000 car? Like, where did you get the money from? Oh yeah, by the way, I'm a trafficker. I forgot to tell you. No, I have a day job. I have a day job. That's my cover, you know. No, I don't really want to work the job, but I was trying to be smart. But see, you can't outsmart addiction. That's the lie that we like to believe, that, oh, we're smarter than the addiction. And then we think that we can control it, because that's what I thought. I thought, oh, I can control it. I can do it when I want to do it. And then I won't do it when I don't. But that's a lie. And that line gets erased really quickly. And then you begin doing stuff that you thought you would never do. Okay, so here I am. I'm working this job. I'm trafficking a lot of stuff, and the heat on the street is building up. Like the pressure is building. The spirit of jealousy is getting greater. The amount of money I'm making, people that know and are aware what I'm doing, people are talking. Um, I could feel that I was about to be set up. Very, if it, I had to make a decision. Is either I had to pull the plug, I was going to need to walk away from this, or my house was going to come crashing down, because I was running on borrowed time, and I felt the pressure building up, and I felt that tug in my spirit, and I know it was God, and He was saying, you need to walk away, you need to quit this job, and you need to walk away. And that's what I ended up doing. I ended up telling the guy I was working for that I need to leave. Um, and I told him I need to stop doing this. And the only way I can stop doing this is if I leave the job altogether. Because I know if I tell you I'm just going to stop, selling these substances and stay here working, that I'll just end up falling right back into it. So I said, in order for me to break free, and go another direction, I gotta leave altogether. And that ended up being a huge blessing, because not long after that, the whole thing came down. The whole operation got dismantled. Some people went to jail. Um, the ones that were smart like me, there were one or two other people in the organization that walked away like I did. Um, we were fortunate enough to not have any repercussions come down on us, but that whole thing came crashing down. And that was the first big uh grace and blessing of God saving me. So mind you, I leave this now, and I don't really know quite what I'm going to do. Trying to figure it out, right? And in the process of trying to figure this out, I start having some health problems. Um, my lung collapses out of nowhere. So I was at the bowling alley with my mom and my brother one night, and we were bowling. And right after I threw the ball down the lane, we were having a good family moment. All of a sudden, I couldn't breathe. I thought I was having a heart attack, not ever knowing what one feels like. But it feels like like a fish when you take it out of water and it's trying to gasp for air. I couldn't breathe normal. I was gasping even for short breaths of air. And mind you, everybody's panicking. I'm panicking. They're panicking. The bowling alley's like, what's going on? My mom um, gets me in the car. She's like, we're not waiting for the ambulance. We're 10 minutes from the hospital. I'm going to drive you there. Uh, at the time, I had my Mustang. I had my 5.0 Mustang. Love that car. Lord willing, hopefully I'll own another one day. But that car was super fast. And my mom got me in the car. She ran 100 something miles an hour the whole way, ran every red light, gets me to the hospital. They come out with the stretcher thing. They put me on there. They wheel me into the hospital. I think I'm like, it's game over for me at this point. I think I'm going to hell, you know, because mind you, my parents brought me to church at an early age. So they would go to church every Sunday, and we started out in the Catholic faith, because we're Italian. Italians, they're all Catholic for the most part. So we were going to the Catholic church for a while until um, God started, working on my parents and showing them that, it's Catholicism and the saints and the priest and the rituals. And so then we went to the Baptist faith. So then I started becoming accustomed to the Baptist faith. But the whole time, because I was forced to go to church, I would always sit in church and hey sister, God bless. Good to see you. I'm sharing my testimony for those coming in. Um, every time they would bring me to church, like I would question, like, why do people do this? Like, why do people give their life to this Jesus? Why do they go every Sunday through all these ritual? Like, it seemed very ritualistic to me. Like, it was all about, sing 3 worship songs, they give a message and everybody hugs and pats each other on the back and we'll see you next Sunday. But they leave the church and they're cussing and they're drinking and they're committing adultery and they're doing. I'm like, what is going on here? Like, I'm getting back to that. I got to bring this in context first. So, you know, this is why I think when you force it onto people, it just makes them rebel more, because that's what I did when they were forcing church onto me. It just made me want to push back more. So I grew up of hearing about Jesus, knowing of him but not knowing him. You know, I didn't really know a lot about the Bible. I just went through the motions like most people seem to do. And now, mind you, back to the lung thing. So we get to the hospital, they bring the stretcher thing out. They wheel me into the back, like into the emergency, like OR type area. Um, and they're trying to figure out what's going on. They can tell relatively quick when they put the oxygen thing on my finger. It reads 60 something percent, which is dangerous. If anyone that's in the medical field, it should be like 90 something percent. So for your O2 saturation rate to get down into the 60%, it means like you're in the danger zone. And I'm struggling to breathe. Like I'm gasping for air. And they have all the people around me. There's like 5 or 6 different nurses, a couple doctors. I hear them saying something about we got to get a chest tube. Um, and mind you, in this moment, they take this big needle and it's like lidocaine or some kind of numbing agent. They numb my rib cage area, and they have to make an incision, and they have to put like this big tube into your side that hooks into a machine that one, it drains fluid because when your picture like a tire when it deflates, like somebody slashes your tire. Because what happened was my lung got punctured, and the reason it got punctured is because I had little blisters on my lung that they call blebs, and one of these blisters popped, and when it popped, it caused the lung, like a balloon or a flat tire, to collapse. So they have to inflate the lung back up with this tube, and it serves two purposes. One, it hooks into a wall, that a machine that inflates air into the lung, but also has a drainage line because there's blood and there's fluid that is getting into your lung, which then you can develop pneumonia, you can go septic, like you can instantly like that just be gone. And that's more or less what was happening to me in this moment. Is I I thought I blacked out, but what really happened is I unalived for a second on the table. Um, I My spirit left my body, and I went into the presence of heaven. And it wasn't it only lasted maybe a minute at the most, but it seemed like it was a lot longer than that. And I could tell where I was just by the presence of peace and the love that I felt, that it was unexplainable. And I could see a figure that was walking toward me, but I couldn't make out any facial features because of the presence of light was so bright that I couldn't really stare into it. And even though I couldn't make out the facial features, I knew who it was. I knew it was Jesus. And mind you, like in this moment, I'm 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 trying to, in a way, wrap my mind around why am I here? Because I know I don't deserve to be here. But at the second time, I don't really meditate too much on that till later because I'm just so memorized of where I am, that like and who I'm in front of, that I can't really think of anything else but that. And the only words that were said was, and this is what's so hard to explain, is it wasn't like verbal words, it was words I heard in my spirit. And I heard, "It's not your time yet." That's all I heard. "It's not your time yet." And then I woke up on the table with people beating on my chest and putting tubes into the side of my body, and excruciating pain, like pain that I can't even begin to tell you how the level of pain that I felt. And as I'm feeling all this pain, I'm like, I don't want to be here. Like I want to be back where I just was. Like now it feels like punishment that I'm back in my body and I'm having to go through all this. And I'm trying to wrap my mind around, like, one, what just happened? And two, why did I wake up in heaven and not hell? But this is something that God would bring revelation on much later. So I end up being in the hospital for 7 days, and then they release me. My lung starts to um, breathe normal on its own. They take out the chest tube. They stitch my side back up. Well, not much longer later, my lung would collapse on the other side. So first my right side collapsed, then my left side collapsed. Um, Now I felt that same feeling again that I felt the first time. So I knew, because of what I felt the last time, I knew what it was. I knew, man, it's yeah, like I'm going through this again. Now I wasn't really sure if it was the other side or if it was the same side, but I knew the feeling I was feeling was the same thing all over again. I'm like, here we go again. I'm going through this same nonsense all over again. So I go to the hospital. They transfer me to Shands Hospital, and Shands Hospital is like it's like a well-known hospital here in Florida. They have a whole college and everything there. It's like one of the top hospitals. Um, so the doctor examines me, and he he tells me that I have these blisters that are on my lung. First they told me from the first time, the diagnosis they gave me is they call it spontaneous pneumothorax. That's the medical term for what I was dealing with. Now, that fancy word called spontaneous pneumothorax is just a fancy word for saying that your lungs are tall and thin and they stretch and they can get a tear in them, which will cause the lung to collapse. That's what happened. So now I'm in the hospital going through the same thing again on the other side, but they not only determine that I have this pneumothorax condition, they find out that I have blisters on my lung too that are popping and causing the lung to collapse. So they they suggested surgery to remove small pieces of my lung that had these blisters on it, to prevent this from uh, potentially happening again. And that's what they did. They did surgery on me. I was at the hospital 4 days that time. They had me hooked up to a bunch of machines to drain the fluid, inflate my lung. Same stuff, just like the last time, except this time I still have to this day, but it looks like I got stabbed with a knife in my back and in my side. So I have two big gash marks where they had to do surgery, and I had all these tubes in me. So I still carry the scars to this day of what God saved me from. Because again, it's God's hand over my life. Should have been gone numerous times at this point. Um, so I recover. I go home. I recover. Praise God, I don't ever have to deal with this again. It doesn't end up happening to me again. So I end up meeting my son's mom. I have an 18-year-old son, for those that don't know, and at the time I met his mother. Um, Now, mind you, I was still doing some substances. I wasn't clean, but I wasn't trafficking like I was. I would smoke here and there. I might take a pill here and there, but typically that's all I really did. I wasn't a big drinker. Alcohol was never really my thing. Even though I drank at times, it was never my rugged choice, I guess you'd say. But by me doing stuff, his mom ended up doing stuff too. Um, so I was a negative influence because she wasn't really doing that stuff before. So now we scroll ahead, and um, I forget where we were going, but we were driving somewhere, um, and it was early in the morning. It was like 6:30 in the morning, and there was a car accident in the main highway of where I live, and it's actually known as the most dangerous highway in all of Florida, and it's called US 19. For anyone that's familiar with the area that I live in, it's a very dangerous highway, and there was an accident in this 3-lane highway. But when they got into the accident, it blew out the headlights, and you weren't able to see the accident because it's dark when I'm driving. So I'm driving, I'm doing 55 miles an hour down this highway, and I see the accident, but I see it pretty much as it's too late. And the accident was a 3-lane highway. It was taking up the right lane and the middle lane, and the only lane I could have swerved to was the left, but when I went to swerve, there was somebody in the left lane, so I had nowhere to go. It was like the devil set this scene that he was trying to take me out. Like there's absolutely no question. Like this was a snare that was set in my path, and I did the best I could to try to miss the accident, but I had nowhere to go, and I smashed into him, and it smashed the front of the car all the way to the windshield. Like it totaled the whole car. Airbags out, fluids leaking on the ground, like the whole deal. Um, this is the first time I've ever, and the only time I've ever been into a car accident. So it was pretty traumatic that I, she was with me, but I was the only one that got hurt. I had to be transported to the hospital on scene. The ambulance had to come and get me. Um, she ended up going to the hospital to get checked out later, but she was fine. When they looked me over in the hospital, even though I was already showing bruising and stuff, they didn't find anything broken. Um, but that was just by their initial. They didn't do MRIs. They didn't do in-depth stuff. They just took a regular like chest X-ray. Um, and just did the regular protocol. And they said I have whiplash. I'm gonna feel sore for the next couple days after that, but I should feel better in a week or so. Well, I go home, excruciating pain. Days, weeks later, the pain is not letting up. It's just getting worse. So now now I'm in a predicament because now I'm having pain that is hard to cope with, and I don't know what's wrong with me. At this point, my body is telling me there's more than whiplash that's going on here. So I go to my primary care, and they give me a referral to go to pain management, uh, which for those that don't know, pain management doctor is somebody. It's a specific doctor and practice that is specified for somebody that is in long-term pain, somebody that has diagnosis or conditions that require treatment and medication basically for the rest of your life. Um, so I go there and they order an MRI, which is regular protocol, and the results come back and it shows that I have herniated discs in my lower back and I have bulge discs in my four of them that are in my neck. So I have two broken discs in my back and four bulge discs in my neck. So I'm a mess. So they of course their solution to my problem is to give me cortisone shots and to give me a regimen of medication. And this would open a very demonic cycle for my life. Um, so before I go in depth of this, I'm here to tell the people in the room, if you are battling chronic pain issues, medication is not the answer. Um, because it can put you in the very situation that it put me in. Is I didn't have a pill addiction before this, but I would very quickly develop one in a couple weeks of being in this so-called treatment of a doctor that I thought I could trust. Now you go to the guy in the white coat because you think that they're going to help you with the problem that you're facing, but unfortunately And I don't want to say all of them are this way, but the system itself, it might as well be the B system, is they don't want the cure, they want the comeback. You understand? I'm going to say that again. They don't want the cure, they want the comeback, because the money is to keep you coming back. That's how they make their money. They don't make a lot of money if they just fix you. So they got to keep you coming back. They got to keep you coming back, coming back, coming back, coming back. That's the game. And that's a cycle that people get stuck in, and the majority of people don't ever make it out. You usually, like I said, you end up either in jail or you end up in a grave. That's the way it ends. And that's not the way you start out intending it to go. So they gave me at the time, um, they gave me the, I don't know what you can say and what you can't say, but I'm gonna say this: they're the banana medication. They're yellow, and they start with a P and they end with a T, so you can fill in the blank. They gave me 10 milligram uh, pills, and they told me to take 4 of these a day. This is the very first prescription, mind you, very first appointment in pain management. And this is their solution: an injection once a month, and to take these 4 pills a day. So I take the medication, and it does what it should do for the majority of people, and it upsets my stomach. I take the medication, and it starts to make me nauseous, and it starts to make me my I start itching. My body starts itching. And these are normal side effects that will come in the initial phase when you're issued these types of medication. So I went back to the doctor and I told him, I said, hey, he asked, well, how's the stuff working? And I said, it works, but, I'm having an upset stomach and I'm itching, and it's more annoying than it's helping. So he says, "Oh, I have a solution for that." So his solution was to give me what's called oxycodone. Oxycodone is a lot stronger of a pain medication with less filler. So part of what makes you nauseous with the the P medication ending in a T that is a yellow color, um, it has a lot of Tylenol and it has a lot of filler in it. So the fillers in this medication typically tend to upset somebody's stomach, um, and it becomes uncomfortable. So instead of giving me a pill about this big, he gave me a little tiny, tiny, tiny little pill, and it's basically all there's no filler in it. There's a real small amount of filler. But when I took that medicine, I was hooked. It was like instantly I was like, where's this stuff been all my life? Um, they started out giving me 15 milligrams in each tablet, and they told me to take 4 a day. 4 a day, 15 milligram, 4 a day. Now, mind you, that was a lot heavier of a dose than the 10 milligram 4 a day I was getting. So they were not only giving me more, but it didn't have all the filler stuff in it. So it's more effective when it doesn't have all those cutting agents in it. And they know that this is just a band-aid to the problem, but this is where it became dangerous because, mind you, I'm 13 years out of this now. But the way it was back in 2000, 11, 2012, we had what they call pill mills. I live in the state of Florida, and Florida is the number one state in the United States that traffics prescription medication and has these pill mills and these hubs set up. So if I don't know how it is now. It's probably still the same, but if you look up where the number one state where the guys in the white coats are over prescribing, it's the state of Florida, right in my own backyard. Now, mind you, they've done documentaries and a lot of different series on this very topic, where Florida is known as the pill mill state of the world, because all the white coat guys, they live in Miami, they live in Tampa, they live in Orlando, they live in all these major cities, Tallahassee, Gainesville, and Florida, probably even to this day still, is the main distribution hub that goes out into the other states of the United States, and then even goes overseas, because they're all here. So this was like an unaliving sentence for somebody like me, knowing that this is before they had databases. Now they have databases and they have systems to track what people you go to. Um, if you're running insurance, because mind you, this is a game. That's what it is. It's a game. It's like the cat and mouse game. It's you versus the authorities. Um, you don't use insurance, because insurance, there's a paper trail. So when you pay cash, there's no paper trail. If I go to a pharmacy and I give them my insurance and they run that prescription through my insurance, well, there's going to be a record of that. So a database can look up in the system and see, well, on this and this day, they ran their insurance, because the insurance company has to answer to somebody else. So they have to give a report to a higher up, which is the abbreviation people they have, like the ATF type people. They have those higher ups with the abbreviations. There's like a whole database. But now they have systems where if you get even a prescription, that's put into a database where any doctor could pull that up, and it would show them. But before, mind you, in my time frame when I'm doing this, there were no systems. So I could go, I was doing what's called doctor shopping. Mind you, doctor shopping is a felony. If you get caught, it's a felony and you serve time in jail. You can go to prison for doctor shopping. So what I was doing is I was going to my doctor, and I was getting hundreds of pills every month. And then I would go from that doctor to another pain management, to another pain management. So I was seeing anywhere between 3 to 4 pain management doctors all in the same month, and all of them giving me prescriptions. I was getting, I was losing count, like thousands of these highly addictive medications, specifically oxycodone, methadone, and Valium. Those were the typical ones that I was seeking, because they were effective and they made money if I wanted to resell them. Um, because and this is where it really starts to get dark in my life, is because I could not have enough. And not only was I doing this, but my son's mom was being a part of this life too. So I was not only supplying my habit, but I was supplying her habit, because now we're in the deep water. F1 is what you put, because there's certain words they like to flag you for on TikTok. So it helps to, somebody can report because I say a certain word. The devil don't like when we share our testimony, because it's powerful. But I was getting, like I said, I'm not only supplying my habit, but I'm supplying her habit, and we're both it's getting bad, like, it's it's just getting to the point where it's just getting more and more out of control, you know? So uh, we ended my son's mom, we ended up deciding to get married. We got married, um, ended up using, just things just kept getting dark and dark. Experienced she actually OD'd one night and had to take her to the hospital. And had I not done that, she probably would have lost her life. So, this addiction is just, it's growing and it's growing and it's getting darker and darker. So one day I go to one of the doctors and they had run my name. Something had I don't know if someone tipped them off or they just got a hunch, but they started to do research on me and found out that I was going to other doctors at the same time. And the doctor came in when I was in the waiting room, like in the little room they put you go in you wait in the waiting room and then they bring you back and you go into another little room. Well, I was in that room and he came in and I thought, it's just like clockwork, right? He's going to ask me a couple of questions, give me my prescriptions, and I'm on my way. But he came down and I knew when he walked in that something was up. And he said, I know what you're doing. He's like, I found out what doctors you're going to. He's like, I've already talked to them. They have agreed to kick you out of practice. They won't take you back. And I'm kicking you out of here as well. He said, I could call the police and you could be arrested and you could go to jail for this right now. But he said, I'm not going to do that. Again, the grace of God, because that should have been where I was headed. He said, I'm going to kick you out too. And he said, I put you on a list. They have a list. It's called a blacklist. When you're on that list, no doctor will touch you. It makes things a lot more difficult. I got put on what's called a blacklist. Essentially, it's like a watch list. And anytime you ever go to a doctor or a hospital or any place from that point, they will look at that list to see if you're on it. Um, so now I'm kicked out of going from getting thousands of these pills a month, having a highly addictive habit, not knowing what I'm going to do now. I can buy the stuff on the street, but it's a lot more expensive and it's very sporadic. You don't know when you can get it, when you're not going to be able to get it. Um, so after doing some research, I found this best solution for me is, and my wife at the time, was to go to the methadone clinic. The methadone clinic is a facility that they take in addicted people and they give them methadone. So it's essentially a place to go to where you won't get dope sick. Methadone was originally designed for uh, people that use heroin. That's what it's designed for. But people abuse it. That there's people that go to the clinic just because they smoke. Um, and a lot of these places are corrupt that they'll give it to you as long as you're paying them. The only catch is that you have to go every day. When you go to the methadone clinic, until you earn trust and they allow you to have what they call take homes, You have to go early in the morning. They're only open from like 5:30 a.m. to like noon, and you have to go and get your daily dose, and they have to watch you take it. You have to stand in front of them, and they have to watch you take these pills. Um, and where I was going, it's like this big wafer, and they put it in a little glass of liquid, and it dissolves in there, and you drink it. They had tablets, and then they had a liquid form. So you had a choice depending on, they have a counselor that you have to see at the facility, and the counselor, between talking with them, they basically decide, do they put you on the liquid methadone or they put you on the tablets. um, According to them, they're both the same, but I think that the tablets are actually stronger than their liquid. uh, so long story short, they they start you out at typically anywhere between like 40 milligrams to 80 milligrams of this stuff they'll give you every day. Now, if that's not enough, you can ask them to continue to increase your medication, and you have to get it approved by a counselor. So what happened, because I'm an addict and I care about, one, not getting sick, but also getting high, is I kept telling them to up my dosage, up my dose, up my dose, up my dose. They got me, my highest point was at 240 milligrams. Yeah, you heard that right. 240 milligrams of methadone a day. Once I got above like the 150 mark, they had to take my blood to determine what my blood levels say, how much of that stuff is in my blood, to see if I could still continue to go up and it not be dangerous. So they finally capped me out at right around 240 milligrams, which is a lot. That's a ridiculous amount. So I thought that this was the solution, but what ended up happening is I actually got a worse habit than what I came in with. I was in bad shape to start with, but being on this amount of methadone every day had really spiraled me into really deep, heavy addiction. Um, so part of the condition with the clinic is that they randomly drug test you, and I would still smoke from time to time, and you're not allowed to smoke grass and take the methadone at the same time. So when they randomly tested me, I tested positive and failed the test. So uh, I ended up getting kicked out of the clinic. So here I am yet again in another position of, I'm kicked out of pain management. I'm kicked out of the methadone clinic. So now what do I do? Now it's like, so the biggest thing an addict fears is withdrawal. Withdrawal is what keeps them in the cycle, and it's a never-ending cycle. The greatest fear for an addict is going through dope sickness, because that's where your body begins to feel all the stuff you don't want to feel: nauseous, tremors, sweats, no appetite, no sleep. It's excruciating. And that's why people even take their life, unalive themselves, rather than go through that sickness, because it's not just a one day thing. It can last weeks. It could even last months for some people. It all depends on how long your addiction has been and how much of it you've been doing. And when you were doing as much as I was, that's a big thing to try to kick. Um, so I ended up for a small period of time going back to the street and getting my stuff on the street since I couldn't really go to the doctor at this time. Um, and then what I ended up doing is I decided I was going to check myself into rehab. I said, well, rehab must be the answer then. I'll go to rehab and I'll come out a different person. And I checked myself into a rehab in Tampa called Axe Detox. Anyone that's familiar with the Tampa area, I went to this rehab facility and I voluntarily checked myself in, and it's a lot like a prison. It's on lockdown. They lock you in a dorm. After 10 o'clock, the doors lock at night. You can't get out of the dorm. They open it at 7 a.m. for breakfast. You go as a group and you eat, 3 meals a day. You attend 2 meetings a day while you're in the rehab. And so when I went into the rehab, they put me on Suboxone. Now, Suboxone it's like methadone, but it's not quite the same. It stops the withdrawals, but it's also a substance that is addicting. It's not it's not really something. I mean, you can, if you take it unintended, like you can get high in a sense from it, but it's more just to stop the withdrawals from it. Yeah, they gave me that in rehab. They gave me the option. They said I could not have it or I could have it. And obviously an addict is gonna choose to have the Suboxone if possible, because again, my intention of going there wasn't really at the time that I want to stop. It's I don't want to be sick. I don't want to be sick. That's my number one motivation and driving reason why I'm in rehab. Like I don't want to I don't want to be stuck in this net, but if I'm being honest, my heart really wasn't wanting to put in the work to fully get out of it. Um I just didn't want to be sick and go through that. So the first night was rough though, because you in order, I don't know if this is the way it always is, but it's what they told me. You have to be in withdrawal for 24 hours before they can give you the Suboxone. So I had to feel the effects of the first 24 hours, which you're gonna feel all the stuff in that 24 hours. And mind you, I'm locked in a facility where people are climbing the walls, people are screaming, they're being tormented by demons, just like I was. I wouldn't know it until later that I was demonically possessed. I wasn't oppressed. I was fully possessed by by a demon that was causing me to basically try to unalive myself through these substances. So I'm in this rehab place, and I'm just seeing, like, I've never been in jail, by the grace of God, but this is the closest thing I could say to what that would be like, where, people are getting into fights in the dorm. Um, like I said, there's some people are trying to climb the wall, because they feel like they're that they want to climb out of their skin. Um, People are screaming in torment. Uh, somehow a couple of the people got substances in smuggled in somehow into the facility, and they were injecting these substances in the bathroom, and like because like just like a jail, they have like you have a dorm where there's like 20 people that stay in the dorm, and then you have one bathroom that you all share. So like there's no privacy. Um, but it's just a real bad place to be. It's not some like fancy bougie like rehab place where you're playing pool and eating ice cream. Like this is you're locked down, you're getting a piece of bread, a couple leaves of salad and a little small piece of chicken. Like that's your food. And they don't even give you condiments or nothing. Like it's literally what prison would be like. Um, so I'm in this facility for about 10 days, and because I voluntarily came in, I'm not court ordered to be there. So I was able, after 3 days, you're able to leave when you want. Now they suggested that I stay longer. They wanted me to stay at least 30 days, but I chose to ignore uh, their advice. And while I was in there, I was a perfect candidate. I went to all the meetings. I checked all the boxes, but when I got released back out, um, there was part of me like deep down where I didn't want to do this anymore, but I didn't know how to get out of the cycle. I was stuck in so far, and I was trying to make the effort, but my son's mom was not. My son's mom didn't want to quit. Uh, and her addiction had gotten much worse while I was inside. And you know, when you're around that and you're exposed to that, it's only a matter of time before you fall back into the old cycle. Mentally, my mindset was never changed. So I still had the broken mentality. And, it after just staying on the Suboxone, uh, for about a week or so, I think maybe it was 2 weeks after I got out, I had had a bad day at work and she was using, and then that's when I said, "You know what? Like, I'm just gonna use." That was my coping mechanism. Like, well, when I have a bad day, I'm just gonna go to the substance because the substance numbs me, and then I don't have to think about anything else. But when I went when I went back to the substance, I went full force. So I didn't just like tiptoe my way back in. I just that the doses of stuff that I was normally doing before I went to rehab and did all that, I went right back to what I and this is how a lot of people lose their life is they take they'll go to rehab, or they'll go to some kind of treatment, and then when they relapse, they go right back to the dosage that they were at their highest. But see, your body's now not accustomed to what you were once taking at the highest because you have like tapered yourself down or you stop for a period of time. So pretty much everyone I know that is no longer here, that's how they lost their life is they they took a break, whether it was they were on methadone or Suboxone or went to rehab or whatever it is, and then once they were done with that, they just went right back to their dosage of what they normally took, and that very night is when they never woke up again because their body couldn't handle that dosage because it didn't have that tolerance it once did. And this is unfortunately what a lot of people fall into, or they take a different substance than the one that they normally take, and then they try to do the same dosage with that more addictive substance. You know what I mean? It's like saying if you have like let's say a 10 milligram oxycodone habit, but then you go to take 10 milligrams of fentanyl, like you're not waking up tomorrow. So But an addict's mindset is always, an addict has one mindset: more is better. If I take more, that's better. If I take more, that's going to make me feel better. That's the way an addict thinks. An addict doesn't think, well, I'm just going to take a little and I'm going to work my way up until I get to my good point. No, we just say, put me in the rocket ship now. I want to go to the moon right now. I don't want to trickle my way to the moon. Let's launch right now. And yeah, it's all or nothing. That's the curse for an addict is you don't you don't halfway do anything. Either you do it all the way or you don't do it at all. That's why the saying in the NA rooms is one is too many, 1,000 is never enough. You know why they say that? Because one opens the door and you're going to stay stuck chasing after that one. That's why one, right? One. What do you do when you take one? You're like, "Oh, I feel good now." So now you're chasing that one, that feel good the rest of the day, the rest of the week, the rest of the month, the rest of the year, and it just stays this demonic cycle because you're always chasing the next hit, and you're trying to outdo it. So the first high of the morning, now you're trying to outdo that by lunchtime. And then by dinner time, you're trying to outdo the one you had at lunchtime. And you're having to double down. You double down, you double down. I took one in the morning, I got to take two at lunch. I took two at lunch, I got to take three at dinner. I took three at dinner, I got to take four to go to sleep. And next thing you know, you're like me and you're taking 20, 30 pills a day. And you're like, how did we get here? I remember the day when I started at one and now I'm 30 a day, 30 a clip, five at a time, bang, 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 bang. So I went into the street. It got bad, so um right as I started to basically pick up where I left off, I have another health problem, another health issue. This time it's not my lung, it's my ear. This time I start getting dizzy. I start getting migraines out of nowhere. I would start standing up and feeling like I was going to pass out or fall into the wall. And I'm like, I have no idea what's going on. So I went to a ENT, a ear, nose, and throat. Now, mind you, I've had chronic ear trouble all my life. Like when I was a little child, I had four sets of tubes in my ears because fluid would always get trapped behind my eardrum. So they have to put this little wick thing, they call it a tube, in your eardrum and it drains the fluid from behind your eardrum. So for some reason, my body has always retained fluid behind my eardrum. Now, that's probably a lot to do with I've always been a water person. So I've spent the majority of my life, underwater, snorkeling, surfing, um, deep sea fishing, like doing all stuff water. So, always had a pool. I was pretty much born on the water. And from the time I could walk, I was in the ocean. So uh, I just love the water, and I don't think that'll ever change. I can't do some of the stuff I used to do anymore because I got to be careful. I don't deep dive or snorkel too deep anymore because of my ears. But I think that was a big contributing factor to what I was dealing with. But when I got checked out, the doctor gave me that scare look. Um, like you need to go to the hospital now. Like we're gonna leave this room that I'm examining you in because his medical office was across from the hospital. So he said, we're gonna go to the hospital right now. I need to take a CAT scan. And he said we might have to do emergency surgery on you. And I'm like, I have no idea what's really going on. Like, I had a lump that was behind my ear, like in the pressure point. So he gets the images back, and he tells me that I have a tumor. I have a tumor that is behind my mastoid bone, which is basically behind my eardrum. So he said we need to do surgery to remove this tumor, and then we gotta biopsy it and find out if it's cancerous or if it's benign, so we know how to proceed moving forward. They do this 4-hour surgery. They remove the tumor. They remove infection that was in my ear, I guess, connected to the tumor. And it was attached to my eardrum too. So they had to remove part of my eardrum. Now, this pain is bad because they had to make an incision here and then like fold my ear over to like go in because they couldn't do the surgery through the ear canal. They had to, hey brother Anthony, they had to literally make an incision like a C around my ear, fold my ear over, and then go in that way and then stitch it all back up. They had to pack it full of cotton. So they had me wrapped up like a mummy. I had gauze that was like, bleeding through because head wounds bleed a lot. So mind you, one of the main reasons why I was taking all this medicine was because I got back and neck pain, and now I got I had a lung collapse issue, so I had to get over all that. Now I got this ear pain. And it's like because when you have a head wounds are the worst because like the blood and the throbbing and just the way it just keeps bleeding and bleeding. So they had to pack my ear with gauze. The doctor told me, he said, I want you to leave the gauze in your ear, and I'm going to see you in 7 days. And then we're going to assess what's going on. So I go to the office a week later, and he starts to take the padding out, and it had gotten infected. The 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 whole opening and everything like inside was infected. Um, so then he tried to say to me, he tried because what he had a situation here where there was about to be a lawsuit on his hand. Um, he specifically and my family heard him gave instructions and told me not to remove the packing, but now he's trying to tell me that I got the infection because the packing was never changed. So now he's telling me that I need to go back across the street to the hospital to do the surgery all over again. Now I'm not even a week into recovery, and they have to cut the same incision open again, and I have to go through this 4-hour surgery all over again. So I go through the whole surgery again. It, it's it's successful. I wake up and my chest is completely bruised, like to my waist. It looks like the bruising looks like they were doing the surgery on my chest. It looks like somebody's knees when they're knelt on your chest. That was what the bruising looked like. It was like just two big strips that looked like somebody's legs that were bruised on my chest, and I'm like, this is weird. Like, I don't think this is normal from an ear surgery. Why would my chest be bruised? So I don't know like what's going on. This doctor ended up retiring immediately after all this. Like, and I believe he did that because this should have been a lawsuit or a malpractice 100%. It just never got pushed. Um, but long story short, I lost the majority of my hearing in my left ear, even to this day. To this day, I maybe have 30% hearing out of my left ear because when because of the infection had gotten onto the eardrum, and they had to remove the majority of my eardrum. So this is something that even to this day, I still carry the scars, and I still carry the damage from what this doctor did to me. Granted, he tried to help me, but there was definitely malpractice involved. So, mind you, while I'm in the hospital and they're giving me, they can see a record of me going to pain management. They can tell that I have a high pain tolerance. They can see the amount of medication they were giving me. So when they were giving me pain stuff in the hospital, because I'm in excruciating pain, they're giving me, Dilaudid, they're giving me morphine, they're giving me Toradol, they're giving me all these narcotics, but it's not killing the pain. Like, to the point where they gave me so much stuff that they had to call the doctor, and they told the doctor like everything they had given me, and the doctor, I literally heard the doctor because they had him on speaker, and they're like, he's still alive. Like, not only is he still alive, like he's pretty much screaming in the amount of pain that he's in. So, mind you, when I get released from the hospital, like I already have pain issues now. Now I'm in the worst pain I've ever been in, which is like terrible for me because that's only pushing me further into my addiction. So now I'm at the point of my life where I'm just like I'm done. Like, I'm embracing this addiction thing head on with everything that I have. And this is what's dangerous, is that the kind of people that I knew, I I always seem to get around the wrong people. I got myself connected with a major, like, if I thought the trafficking ring was big that I was in before when I was working the lawn job, this organization was the biggest one that I've ever been a part of. This organization primarily dealt in only prescription medication. This is what they specialized in. They had doctors on the payroll. They had lawyers on the payroll. They were they were a multi-million dollar organization that was trafficking stuff all throughout the United States. So what does this mean for somebody like me? It means an unaliving sentence, because it means I have the capability and access to get whatever I want when I want. And that's what makes it dangerous. Is now I have unlimited ability with doctors that are writing false prescriptions to write whatever we want written. Now, mind you, this point in my life that I'm in, I have graduated to the highest of substances. Okay, for those that heard earlier, I started out with the banana, starts with a P, ends with a T, 10 milligram medication. We upgraded that. We went to what's called oxycodone. Oxycodone, um, it comes in many different milligrams, but the ones I typically got were 15 and 30 milligram. Now, mind you, the higher the number, the more substance that's in it, the more narcotic that's in that medication, and the stronger it is. Um, then I was also getting the methadone. I was getting the 10 milligram methadone, and I was getting 6 of those a day. Uh, but I had upgraded. I went beyond all that, and I started taking OxyContin. Now, there's oxycodone, and then there's oxycontin. Now, what I was taking were the 80 milligram oxycontin, which they only give to cancer patients. Those are the only people that typically get prescribed this medication. Now, mind you, back when I was doing them, they cost about $35 to $40 a pill. $35 to $40 for an 80 milligram, and I was taking on average 2 a day. 2 a day. Now, for those that don't know, this medication, it's a time release medication. It has a little coating on the pill that makes it time release for, I think, 12 hours. So a normal person would swallow them, but that's not what an addict does. An addict takes the time release off, which you get a little water and you rub it, and then you take a paper towel or a cloth and it takes the coating off to where now it just becomes a white pill. Now it's not time released. Then you crush them up. You don't swallow them. You take them up your nose. So now this is what addiction does. See, when you swallow a medication, you actually lose about 60% of the potency because of the stomach acid. The stomach acid actually breaks down the medication to where you lose the potency. So instead of getting 100% of it, you're only getting about 40% because 60 of that gets burnt up. I know, in the stomach. Now, when you take them other ways, like when I would take them up the nose per se, uh, you're only losing about 30%. So 70% of it, you're actually feeling the effects of. And then obviously to outdo that is you put it in your arm. And then you are getting the immediate full effect of it. And that's the escalation of an addict is it somebody that is really deep in addiction, they start out, swallowing it, then they up the nose, and then next thing you know, they're using a rig and they're putting it into their body. Um, so this is the cycle that I'm going down. Okay. So I have graduated to the highest medication you can get. There's nothing higher than what I'm taking. It's the most potent medication in a pill that you can get. It's stronger than the morphine. It's stronger than the Dilaudid. It's stronger than all of it. They literally only give this to cancer patients. I don't even know if they really prescribe it anymore, but it used to be very accessible when I was in this life. And this ring that I was in is primarily what they dealt in. So there was unlimited access to this medication. And because I was in a well orchestrated network, I was able to get it very cheap as well. So somebody that wanted one or two of them would typically pay about $40 a piece for them, where I could get them for half of that price. So and then I could make money on top of it by getting rid of a bunch of them. So not only was I not having to pay for it, but it was covering my habit. It went on. This has gone on for many years of my life. Really, like the darkest, I would say, is about a 5-year cycle from the car accident to where I'm getting ready to transition to where I start to get breakthrough is about 5 years in total. It seemed like 20 years, but it's about 5 years in length. Now, mind you, what's funny is I don't know if you could see, but I found this actually today, and this is a list. I know you probably can't tell. I don't know how to do the mirror thing. So this is a list, and you see the oxycodone, methadone, diazepam. And these are the numbers: 112, 168, 180. This is the amount they were giving me. Mind you, and then it totals, $6,000. So it's a ridiculous amount of medication. And it's very, yeah, this is for entertainment purposes only. It's if I don't know if you guys can see on YouTube. This is a list, and this is only from 6 months. This whole list. And that's from one doctor. One doctor. That's even more mind blowing. So mind you, my addiction is getting worse and worse and worse. It's getting like it's growing more and more. So I'm taking the highest dose of medication that I can take in a pill, and that's still not enough. Say what? Anytime I'm describing stuff, sister Nicole, I didn't see the comment. So then I graduated to the worst of the worst that starts with an H, and I can't say it for TikTok, but I think you know. Oh yeah, entertainment purposes only. I started taking the brown stuff that starts with an H, because it was actually cheaper. It was cheaper and it was stronger. So, for entertainment purposes only, Oxycontin is synthetic H word. That's what it is in a pill form. So I got connections through the people, the ring that I was a part of, that had access to the H stuff. And that's where things really got demonic, is because then I started doing stuff I didn't think I was ever going to do. Then my addiction led me to putting these substances in my arm. So I was injecting these substances, and I was having to do this multiple times a day, having to go through the whole process of how to do that, doing things that, I thought, and mind you, if you get caught with that stuff, it carries a heavy sentence, even just for having a gram of it, just having a little baggie of it. You can be sentenced to a couple years just for it. So, mind you, I'm not only doing the most addictive stuff, but it also comes with the heaviest time. So, I'm losing control, more or less, of my life. I started to find a doctor as well. Eventually I would make the decision to try to stop doing the street stuff, because it was I could see that I was going to lose my life relatively quick. I actually OD'd one night and I almost didn't come back. Again, that was the grace of God. I should have unalived in my room that night, but God protected me and didn't allow me to cross over. So that scare kind of shook me, and I was able, through some friends of mine, I was able to find, because again, my biggest fear, just like every addict, is I don't want to go through the withdrawal process. Hey, Prophet, God bless you, brother. I'm sharing my testimony. So anyway, I find a doctor, even though I was blacklisted, written on the watch list of not being able to be prescribed to. If you know the right people and you have the cash, there's always somebody that's willing, especially where I live in Florida, to give you what you're wanting. So I found a guy um, to give me the medication that I was previously getting, so I could stop doing the H stuff and running with the ring that I was a part of, which was progress in my world at the time. Now, mind you, um, my son's mom and I, uh, we ended up we ended up getting divorced. Um, This things got really bad between us. She was stealing from me. There was just a lot of stuff going on. It was bad from the start, and some of that's my fault because I was a bad influence. Um, but there was a part of me that wanted to break free of this, but I was possessed, man. I was so deep into it that I didn't have really control of what I was doing. Um, so long story short, um, my son's mom says that she's pregnant, and that's where God really starts pulling on my heart, uh, of saying, "You got to get out of this. You gotta make a decision." Um, so he's born, he comes into the world, um, and now I have a reason to really want to stop. Now, now God is working on my heart is saying, either your son is not going to have a father, or he's going to be a part of this life that you're in, and he's going to be collateral damage. So either scenario doesn't end well. Um, but again, I feel stuck. I feel like, how do I get out of this? Like, I'm bound in invisible chains that people can't see. You know, like, that's what it feels like to an addict, especially when you're where I was in this moment. Is I have invisible shackles on that people can't see. On the outside, they see somebody that looks free, but I'm not. I can't go on vacation without worrying about, do I have my pills? Do I have enough? What if I run out? Like, there's no freedom. I'm having to worry about, days ahead of time. Like, not only do I have to worry about, do I have enough to get through today, but do I have enough to get through the week? Do I have enough to make it to my next appointment? If I run out, then I got to go on the street and try to find what I need to hold me over. And then if I can't find what I need, because it's like a Easter egg hunt on the street, one day they got everything, next day nobody's got nothing. It's this very demonic cycle, and this is what people stay stuck in. This is what becomes a living nightmare to the addict. Something that started out as, I just want relief from my physical pain because I was in a car accident, turned into something that I can't make it through a moment of the day without not having this stuff. And the cycle of an addict is, you take the stuff, and and I was explaining this to someone the other day, because God brought me through the actual science behind all this. Like, after God set me free, and we're going to get to all that, is, when you take these substances, your body produces dopamine on its own. Dopamine is a natural painkiller. So what happens when somebody becomes addicted to these substances is, it shuts down your natural uh your natural process of the body producing dopamine. So now you have to rely solely on the prescription to do what your body should do naturally. And that's why somebody that's addicted, they have to take a certain amount to feel normal, and then you have to take a certain amount to feel good. So you're having to double down every time you're taking something because you're having to counteract your what your body's not naturally doing to feel what other people just feel normally. But now I'm having to take more so that I can numb the pain, because that's the driving reason of why somebody uses. They want to numb the pain, whether it's emotional or it's physical or it's both. An addict wants to numb the pain. It's a coping mechanism, it's a crutch. I'm going to take this because it's my crutch and I'm going to feel better. And then what happens is you feel better for a moment and then it starts to wear off. And now you feel worse than how you started. And you're always you're in this repetitive cycle, but you're always going backwards and not forward. It's an illusion that you're going forward, but then you see you're actually going backwards, and you just keep playing this until it doesn't end well normally. And this is what was happening to me: is I would take the substance, I would feel for a moment, and then it would wear off, and I would start to feel worse, and then I'd have to double down, and then I would go back, and then I'd have to double down again. And I was always having to push the envelope, push the envelope, push the envelope. So, what starts is, 2 pills a day turns into 4 pills a day, turns into 8 pills a day, turns into 12 pills a day. And then you get to a point in your life where you're like, how do we get here? Like, this is how am I taking this much and I'm still in pain? Because the natural production in your body has shut down. So I had to learn all this when I started to get clean. Um, so mind you, here I am. I'm going to this doctor. My son is born. Um, I'm trying to get my life together as best as possible. My son's mom has gone off the deep end. Is her addiction is worse than it's ever been. Disappearing. Um, Nobody knows where she is at times. We went through a custody thing. I ended up getting the majority custody of my son, and then she fell off the map. She she just disappeared for quite a few years of my son's life, and uh kind of just went off the grid. Nobody really knew where she went, if she was still alive. um my son didn't have a mother for many years of his life. So now I'm like, I have to I got to make a decision here, because this is not going to end well. And what ended up happening is I went to my doctor's appointment, and I got my medication, and I went over to the pharmacy, and I got the stuff filled just like I normally always do. Went to the same place. And when I got home to take some of them like I had always done, I noticed that something didn't feel right. It was like some of the medication was missing. And this was God's design. This is God right here. So I something tells me to count what I have. Hey, sir, God bless. So I dump out. I was given three different medications with different quantities in each medication. And I count them out, and I find out that half of what I was supposed to get of each of those three is not there. So to bring this in the context, I'm shorted probably about 150 pills, like a very large amount, like to the point I'm not going to have enough to get through my month. Without 2 weeks in, I'm going to be out. And what am I going to do for the other 2 weeks? That's the first thing my body is saying. So I call up the pharmacy, because now I find out half of my medication is missing, and I'm mad. And I tell them, like, look, I was just there not even 10 minutes ago. I said I counted my medication, and I've I'm missing half of it. And they more or less like were like, well, you're out of luck kind of deal. Like, sorry for you. There's nothing we can do for you. And they did this on purpose. This was intentional. It wasn't like a Walgreens or a CVS. This was a mom and pop location that, because of the substances that I was getting, not the big chain pharmacies typically wouldn't keep these substances in stock. So you would have to go because they're highly addictive for educational purposes. And you would typically have to go to smaller chain pharmacies because they would keep these in stock. They would just charge more money for them. So they were taking advantage of people that have become addicted like myself so they could make a profit. But being an addict, you don't care at the end of the day. You just, all that matters is that you get your stuff. That's what's important. So here I am in a situation where they're basically laughing at me, telling me there's nothing they can do. I'm livid because already I'm tormented inside because I can't break free of this. But now I'm angry because I know I've been taken advantage of, and there's absolutely nothing that I can do about it to retaliate. So I'm having to sit in this of like, I'm done. Like, I'm done. I am done with this. Is what I'm telling myself. I'm done. We're not doing this no more. So I, what I had to do is I had to stretch out my stuff so that I would have enough till I went to my appointment. And right before my appointment, God had put in my heart to quit, to go to the doctor's office and tell him I'm done. So mind you, my body was already starting to go through like minor withdrawals because I cut back what I was normally taking. Um, but still taking enough to where, you know, it wasn't that bad and I could still function, I could still go to work and still take care of my kid and do all the stuff I needed to do. Uh, but I went up to the pain management place that day, and I'll never forget this. I walk in there. There's a whole waiting room full of about 20 people. The place was always packed every day. There were two ladies behind the counter. I walked up to the counter, and the lady said, "Are you here for your appointment?" Because they knew me there. They've seen me there, every single month in and month out. And I said, "No." I said, "I don't want to do this anymore." I said, I came in here to quit." And they started laughing hysterically behind the counter. They started like, like you told someone the funniest joke you've ever told them. They were in tears, almost fell over on the floor laughing hysterically. And I already feel vulnerable walking in there to do this. And now I feel completely embarrassed. Like, I don't even know what to say right now. These people are looking at me, and the people behind the counter are laughing. And after the lady gains her composure from laughing so hard, she looks at me and she goes, "Nobody comes in here and quits. Nobody's ever come in here and quit." And I looked her in the eye and I said, "Well, today somebody just did." And after I said that and looked her in the eye, I turned around and walked out the door. And I felt a sense of freedom. I felt like, man, I took it to him, you know. I did it. Like, part of me was proud of myself because I was like, I did it. I finally did it. But then that fear came. It was like a shockwave of fear, and it was like, man, I know it's about to get dark real quick now. Like I don't know what I'm gonna do, and I know the withdrawals are about to come, and it was in that moment I got in my car and I had a 10-minute drive to my house. I drove to the house and I got down on my hands and knees in my room and I cried out to God and I said, God, I said, if you're real, I've been going to church, most of my life hearing of you. But I said, if you're real, I need you to show me. I need your help right now. I made the decision. I made the choice to go in there and quit, but I don't know how I'm going to get through it. Like you're going to have to take it from here. Um, and it was in that moment that I cried out to God that the Spirit of God came into me. I felt God in my room, even though I couldn't see him. I felt the presence of God in my room. And it, it's so like supernatural because I fell asleep, and before I ended up falling asleep, I was possessed by a demon. I literally saw a spirit leave my body when the Spirit of God came into me. It was like almost like an outer body experience. Like it was like me looking at myself kneeling on the ground as a spirit came out of me. And when it left me, I was so tired that it's like I couldn't even keep my eyes open, and I fell asleep for 8 hours straight. Now, mind you, I was already experiencing withdrawal before I walked into the doctor's office. And for you to get 8 hours of sleep during full blown withdrawal without taking a medication to make you go to sleep it's unheard of. It's simply unheard of. A lot of people will try to take a specific medication. I can't say it for TikTok purposes, but it helps you to sleep and it makes you not remember much of anything. And it's called a benzo. It's in the benzo family. But I didn't take anything and I fell asleep for 8 hours straight. And when I woke up the next morning, all the pain that I had in my back and my neck was supernaturally gone. I had my disc didn't hurt, my back didn't hurt, my neck didn't hurt. Like God supernaturally healed my back and my neck. Like I have MRIs that could show you everything that's messed up. So bad to the point that the pain management people told me that in 2 years I would be in a wheelchair. My back was so bad and so degenerating that they told me in 2 years I would be in a wheelchair. And the first thing I told them when they said that to me is I said, I don't accept that. Not me. Nope. I don't care what your report says. You can show me that this disc and that disc and the T1 this and the L5 this. I don't care about none of that. No, I feel pain, but no, I don't accept I'm gonna be in a wheelchair. I'm gonna be the one to show you that I'm not gonna be in a wheelchair. That's gonna be, and I accepted that from the very beginning. I didn't let them try to put that on me because they were trying to get me to wear that. And you know what? Had I come into agreement with that and wore that, they might have been right. They might have been right. I might have been in a wheelchair had I said, "Yeah, you know what? I believe that." No. That's why I don't come into agreement when one of these people give you a diagnosis saying, I don't stand on your report. I stand on the report that the word of God says. The word of God says that I'm healed by his stripes, that I'm a new creation in Christ. So I don't come into agreement with the lie. So supernaturally healed, like to this day, going on 14 years, still supernaturally healed. No back pain, no neck pain. I function, I move, I do everything just like a normal person. So the testimony is still alive today. That's how you know you're supernaturally healed. And nothing can explain it because doctors can't explain it. I can't explain it. I just know it was God. I don't need to know how or what. I just know who. I know who. That's all that matters. So, mind you, now, this point in my life, I have an encounter. I get the spirit of God, Now I go through the withdrawal process. It took me about 10 days. It was roughly about 10 days to 14 days to get past the majority of it. Um, every day crying to God to strengthen me, give me the strength. Many times throughout those first 2 weeks, I had to tell myself over and over again, tomorrow I'll be a little better than today. Tomorrow I'll be a little better than today. I had to stand on, gratitude and looking at the positive instead of the negative. And that's what God was helping to rewire my brain, because I would always look at things in a negative light and not speak life. And as I'm speaking this, as I'm saying, an hour from now will be better than now. Tomorrow will be better than today. I'm speaking this into my life, and I'm actually seeing it happen. God is strengthening me through the process. He's bringing me out of this darkness, out of this bondage. And it took me I'd say about 30 days before I feel like I finally started to get my energy back. My energy took the longest. I went through the leg tremors. I went through the nausea, the hot and cold flashes, um, all the stuff. But my energy and sleeping a solid 8 hours is what took me about 30 days. And after 30 days, it was like I was a new man. I was through the storm. I was on the other side of it. Now I'm trying to figure out my life. Like, what do I do? What do I do from here? So I I decide um to join the gym. I decided to go to the gym. I'm like, I'm gonna start working out. I'm gonna start getting healthy. Um, I joined the gym down the street from my house. I was still feeling like my energy just was not quite right though. Like I just something still was not feeling right. And I would start working out, and I would start getting really tired in the middle of my workouts, and getting like really fatigued. And I'm like, is this normal? Is this something that is normal for a person going through what I went through, or is there a bigger issue? So I started working with a trainer, and this is where I first started to get like heavy into the gym, into the fitness world. And I started working with a trainer, and this guy was, one of the bodybuilders, right? One of the competitors, jacked up Ninja Turtle looking dude, 225, 5'8", 225, like monster, shredded guy. Um, so I started training with him, and I'm learning the workouts, I'm learning the nutrition, I'm learning about the fitness world. So I started explaining to him, about my energy. Like, I'm like, I just don't feel right. And I kind of gave him a little brief background of, coming from out of addiction. And so he tells me, he's like, well, you probably have low testosterone. He's like, you should go to the doctor and get your blood work done and get checked out. So I go to the doctor, and they take my blood work, and they tell me that not only is my testosterone low, but it's like a 208, which is, for those that don't know, on the scale, an average person should be around a 550 or 600. It goes on a scale from about 200 being the lowest to 1,000 at the highest. So for a man, testosterone is the main hormone that functions everything. It functions your focus, your appetite, your libido, your sleep. Like, it's literally the main hormone that's connected to everything, your energy. So, they say, hey, your levels are in the toilet, which could partly be because of all the substances that I was putting into my body. It, probably tanked my hormones in general. So they prescribed me testosterone. That's that's the only way to get your testosterone up when it's that low, is that you have to take injections. You have to take a shot once a week that puts testosterone into your body, that brings it to a normal level. Um, so I started doing that, and within a couple weeks, I've felt like a completely different person. I've I felt I felt like I felt back in, my late teens, my early 20s, where I felt like a normal person that had energy, because for so many years of my life, I didn't have that when addiction took its hold over my life. Um, so anyway, that ended up becoming a very dark road, because what was intended to to make me, per se, normal, um, because I wasn't delivered from my addictive tendencies, let's say, I started to form an addiction to that. So what happened is I began really obsessing and getting into fitness. Like, I was going to the gym 6, 7 days a week. Sometimes I was doing 2 a days. Like, I had put all my energy into the gym, and I had this thing I struggled with, because I've been tall and thin all my life. I got tired of being the tall and thin guy. So I had convinced myself that the only way I'm going to change my body image is I need to take steroids. Like, I need to take these substances so that I can change my body chemistry. I can change my whole structure and compound. So I got connected with the right people. Again, I always seem to always fall into these demonic circles, or cycles, I guess you'd say. So I have many of my friends that own gyms, and at this time of my life, I'm starting to get a name for myself in the fitness industry, which is a very elite, um, group. And once you get into this inner sanctum of people, you not only it's like the street life. Like, I replaced the street life for the gym life, but the characteristics of the street life were in the gym life. So it was like a secret society in this circle, where they were trafficking steroids. They were selling large amounts of these substances, and they were, giving them to all the bodybuilders, and they were distributing them throughout multiple states. So here I am, smack dab in the middle of another organization, where I'm not really so much interested in trafficking this stuff. I'm more interested in just getting the stuff for myself. Um, but because of the people I was associated with, I was aware of how the whole network worked. I knew who was involved. I know how the stuff was distributed. I know where it was distributed. I know the amount of money that was coming in because the guy that was in charge of this was my best friend at the time. Now, mind you, in this process, I have put on roughly about 30 pounds of muscle heavier than I am now. Okay. In a very, I'd say in about 3 or 4 month window, a very fast amount of time because I was taking all these different substances. I had trained myself to eat every 2 hours on the clock. So I was eating like roughly 6 to 7 meals a day. Um, and I lived and breathed the gym. And that brought a whole nother element because not only did I change the way that I look, so strength became my drug of choice. Every time that I would go to the gym, I would lift heavier. I would put more weight on. I was breaking, PR after PR after PR. And I started chasing that where, at 185 pounds at my heaviest, I was deadlifting like 410. I was benching 255, which for someone that's 180, 185 pounds, like that's extremely impressive to deadlift almost double your body weight is ridiculous. Um, but it had become an addiction where I wanted to just become stronger and stronger, and then that brought the element of women that were attracted to me. So now I was I was chasing the affirmation of people. It became this I was losing myself. So God delivered me from the pills and all this stuff, but now I've replaced it with steroids. I've replaced it with something else. And even though I was convincing myself that this is healthy, I was still stuck in the same cycle. And what eventually would end up happening is the people that I thought were my best friends would actually turn on me. But I wouldn't know it at the time, but by them doing that, it was God closing a door that he wanted closed. And I wasn't going to close the door on my own, so God had to close it for me. And the way that turned out is there was a setup in play to where I believe somebody was hired to put hands on me. And because I knew the inner dealings and operation of this ring. Like I said, that's dangerous to somebody that doesn't want to get caught. When you know who's involved, you know how they do it, you know every detail of the operation, and you're not necessarily a part of it. You're just more an accomplice because you're aware of what's going on, but you're not a part really of what they're doing, other than you just get the stuff for you. So mind you, I wasn't getting other stuff to give to other people. I was just getting stuff for me. But long story short, there was a guy that he was more or less like a bodyguard, like a pit bull. And I believe he was hired to lay hands on me. And we were in the gym working out, and he tried to reach for my throat to strangle me. For TikTok purposes, this is entertainment. Um, Now, when he reached for my throat, I have fast reflexes from being in fight training, and I knocked his arm out of the way and it caught him off guard. He wasn't expecting me to be that fast. Um, and I had a decision to make in that moment. I could either engage or I could disengage. So because it was my friend's gym at the time, I wanted to respect his place. And decided, I said in my head, I'm going to be the bigger man and I'm going to grab my gym bag and I'm going to walk away. When I grabbed my gym bag and I walked away, that demon in that guy got really mad. And don't ask me why he did this, but um he went out the back door. You have to remember, like the facility, you go through a main door where you need a key card to get in the door, and then you go into a lobby, and then you go into the the gym itself. So I'm going this way to go into the lobby, to go out the front door, to go to the parking lot to get in my car to leave. Instead of going after me, running toward my back, he ran out the back door and then he ran around the gym building to get to the front door before I could get to the front door. Now when he got to the front door before me, but he didn't think this out too well because the door was locked and he didn't have the key card to open the door. So he's banging on the glass like a raged lunatic, basically like open the door. So I'm not scared of him. So in my mind, I said, one way or another, I'm going to my car. If I got to go through you, then I'm going through you. So when I opened the door, he came in swinging, and him and I went to the ground. And mind you, the computer, the stuff in the lobby, the office hit the floor. Like there's a major scene. There's like two Tasmanian devils, like "Meow," like this going on, and everyone's like in the lobby, like freaking out, like what's happening right now. So this goes on for like a couple minutes, and then out of nowhere, he stops. He gets up on his feet, and then he just bolts out the door. And I'm trying to like, in my head, I'm trying to like gain like, did this really just happen? Like, is this real life? Like, nobody goes to the gym and expects to get into a fight in the gym. Like, that's the last thing you're ever thinking of is going to happen when you go there to work out. And mind you, we all know each other. Like, we're all supposed to be, brothers or friends. And that's why I said, I believe this whole thing was a setup. Um, so, long story short, I get in my car, I go home, I get a phone call the next day from the gym, and they tell me I'm no longer welcome to come back to the gym ever again, and that they're banning me for life. uh, Not only am I not allowed to come back, but I can never come back ever. uh, so in my head I'm like, I didn't even do anything wrong. Like all I did was defend myself. I tried to walk away, like look at the camera. I tried to be the bigger person and walk away, and the lunatic ran out of the back building and got to the front door before I could leave. Like, I in no scenario that I see I was wrong, but I wouldn't realize at the time that this was God's way of closing a door that I was not going to close on my own. So he said, I'm gonna close this door. And when God closes a door, there's no man that can open that door. He closed the door in such a way that even if I wanted to make amends and have it open back up, it would not be opened. And that's how you know it's God. Because when he closes it, he welds it shut and it's not coming back open. And when he opens a door in your life, there's no demonic force or no person that can keep that door closed. That's why it says, when God opens a door, no man can shut it. And when he closes a door, no man can open it. So this is a living testimony of just that in my life. Is this is a door that if it wasn't closed, it could be detrimental to my life. It could, I may not be here. I may have a different outcome. But So now my body's having to recover from, again, putting substances, a lot of them into my body that shouldn't have been put into. Now, mind you, at the time, I had met a girl, was in a relationship that I never should have been in, and I wouldn't know it until later on, but she was sent by the devil. The devil sent Jezebel, a very strong Jezebel, to come and take me out. And I fell for the trap because she was pretty. She was the Barbie figure. Um, had money like I had money. Had all the thing. That's why when the devil comes, he doesn't come with horns and a pitchfork. He comes as what your flesh wants. So I fell for the bait. Um, didn't realize until uh, partway through the relationship that her her mom was Jehovah Witness, and because of that false religion being pushed on her, she hated God. She wanted nothing to do with God. So when I would talk about God at times, she would make fun of me, and she would say, God doesn't exist, God isn't real. Would mock and make fun of him, which is what Jezebel does. But at the time, I didn't have any spiritual knowledge like God has given me now. I knew there were demons. I knew there was Satan, but I didn't know how to identify him. I didn't know the hierarchy. I didn't know the way that the spirit realm works. So that's why some of what I learned, I've I've learned from firsthand experience. Um, so through fornication, opened some doors that shouldn't have been open. Uh, this Jezebelic witch was sent on assignment to destroy my purpose and even destroy my life. And it did a good job at that for 2 years. Um, I was I went from a position of having stuff to selling, getting rid of my place, moving out to a different part of Florida where she lives so we could be a family. Um, things started out okay until I began to start a business out there and begin to make money for myself, which is what intimidates Jezebel. When you begin to get stability and it it breaks their grip of control over your life. So the more I was getting stability, the more intimidated that spirit got, and it would start to um, mock me. It would be physically abusive at times, verbally abusive all the time. It would tear me down. It would demean me. It would make fun of me. Um, real demonic stuff. Then one night I ended up. Uh, I was eating a piece of steak, and the steak got stuck in my throat, and I thought I was gonna unalive in that moment. When the steak got stuck in my throat, I attempted to give myself the Heimlich maneuver, and by the grace of God, it's like in that moment I saw my whole life flash ahead of me. Like in that 10 seconds, it was like my whole life flashed before my eyes. And like in my head, I'm like, this is game over. Like I'm done. And as I'm trying to give myself the Heimlich maneuver, by the grace of God, I was able to get the steak out of my windpipe, but it got stuck in the side of my throat. So I was able to breathe, but I wasn't able to swallow. I couldn't even swallow my own spit in my mouth. and it instantly triggered like the worst PTSD you could ever imagine. Like I had a level of anxiety that was crippling because I knew in that moment something is not right. Um, and I was scared because, mind you, I'm living with a person that instills fear into your life. And now I have a heavier dose of fear on top of that. So I, I tell her what's going on, and she's making fun of me. She's like laughing at me, mocking me, telling me um I need to chew my food better, like just saying just a bunch of horrendous stuff. Oh, you're over exaggerating. You don't need to go to the hospital. You're fine. So I drive myself. She doesn't even bring me. I drive myself to the hospital, not even being able to swallow. Don't call an ambulance. I get in my truck and I drive myself. I go to the emergency room, and this is like 2019 when COVID first hit. And it's like Baghdad in the hospital. There's people everywhere. There's people laying on the floor, like they're at max capacity. And walk in and I tell them what's going on. I can barely even, talk and tell them what's going on. And they're like, okay, have a seat in the waiting room. And I'm like, sit where? Like, there's not even an empty seat to sit down. There's people literally standing up, quarantined in corners. People got the masks on. Like, people are losing their mind because this is when this thing first hit, like the very first instance this happened. So I'm going through this at like the worst possible time you could go through this. So I'm sitting in there and I'm like, this is it, God. Like, I'm done. Like, this is where I unalive. My life is flashing before me, and I just see myself hitting the ground in the ER, unaliving with nobody I know there next to me, like just unaliving alone. This is what I'm seeing in my head because the more I can't swallow, the more it's terrifying me. So, after like hours of sitting there, I go up to like try to inquire, like, how much longer is this going to be, kind of thing. And uh then I told him, I was like, had I known it was going to take this long, I'd have just taken an ambulance here. And they said, well, even if you took an ambulance here, you would still be in waiting the same amount of time. So I'm like, well, I don't know if you guys like categorize this as severity or not, but I'm not here because I have a runny nose or I have a cough. Like, I cannot swallow. Like, I would think you would kind of like put somebody like that to the top of the list, but they didn't care. It was like I was in a place and nobody could even hear me. So mind you, I had to wait 8 hours in the waiting room, not being able to swallow this whole entire time. They call me back to the triage and they go, we're going to have you swallow this pill that is supposed to open your esophagus. So in their mind, the piece of steak is just going to drop into my stomach. And I wanted to laugh, but I, I was so terrified and didn't have the energy. I'm like, in my head, I'm like, how am I going to swallow a pill when I can't swallow my spit? Like, make that make sense. How am I going to swallow this horse-sized pill you want me to swallow when I can't even swallow my spit? So then they're like, yeah, okay, like, yeah, that's not going to work. So then they're like, well, we got to give you the C19 test to make sure you don't have the virus. And I'm like, this is wild. So they jam the thing way up my nose. They take the swab, they test it, they find out I don't have the virus. They have to have this guy come with the gastro guy with the scope so he can look down my throat to find out what's going on. and they don't have one of those on call at the hospital. So long story short, they have to bring me for emergency surgery, and they have to remove the piece of steak that is stuck in my throat. 2-hour procedure. So I wake up and I recover from that. Mind you, I go home and I'm still being made fun of. There's still all of that going on. About a couple weeks later, we find out that my girlfriend at the time has missed her monthly cycle. So we take the pregnancy test, and it comes back that she's pregnant. So mind you, I love kids. So I'm happy that, I'm going to have another child, but at the same time, I'm kind of conflicted about the relationship, because the relationship is not going so well. So when she gets the results to the test, she tells me that she's going to unalive the child. She has no intention of having the child. And I'm not for that by any means necessary. I don't agree with that one bit. So I'm not on board with the decision. So she goes and has the procedure done. And that was like the moment where I was done, where I was like, I for one, I couldn't get over that. Like there was no going back from that for me. And things were already building up, but at this point I'm like, I gotta get out of here. If I don't get out of here, like this woman's gonna either set me up or she's gonna unalive me. Cause she would always like try to provoke me. She would like hit me and then say like, "Oh, if you're a man, fight me back," kind of thing, like always trying to get me to do something to where, and I know what it was, is it's a trap. Like the spirit will set a trap so you react to something they do, and then they'll call the cops, or you know they'll call somebody else to set you up. Like they devise these schemes. But I had enough wisdom to know that when these things were going on, that they were setups. So I never took the bait. And that, of course, angered that spirit even more. So after the whole unaliving the child thing, I said, "Look, I'm done. I'm out of here. I want no part of this no more." Um, I, Me and my son, we got our clothes. I basically took what little I could with me, and I left everything else behind. And I never went back. I said, I'm done. Like this is it. I'm There's no coming back. I'm done with this. Um and that's what we did. And I went back and didn't know where I was going to go. I would have been homeless had my dad not taken me in. My father offered for me and my son to stay with him, which helped me to get out of the jam and the pit that I was in, because it would have been a lot harder for me to leave had I not had that place to go. And when we got here to my dad's, I remember like feeling grateful, but I remember being really angry. Um Angry at myself, angry at God. Um I was sleeping on an air mattress, like I didn't even have a bed. And I began to lean on God, and I began to just start opening up to God. And it's crazy that the very same place that I encountered God, when the Spirit of God came into me and broke the pill addiction off of my life, would be the very same place that I would encounter him again. Except this time it was a different circumstance. This time I would encounter him again, not to get off of pills, but because I connected myself to the wrong person. And it was in that moment where I made a promise to God. And God spoke to me, and he said, what I intended to do in your life the first time, he said, this time we're going to do it right. And I made a covenant. I Some could say it's a new covenant. Some could say I renewed the covenant, because I already had a relationship with him, but I had strayed away because my flesh wanted to do what my flesh wanted to do. And I made a promise to God, and I said, whatever you ask me to do from this day forward, I said, I will do it. I said, I don't know how I'm gonna build my life back together. Um, but I know if you're doing it with me, that you will pave the way. And mind you, I had multiple businesses I had built up and lost them. Had a house in the subdivision, lost it. Had cars and toys and all the stuff, going on vacations all the time, all of it out the window. Don't even have a job, don't even have a business. And I began like looking through job ads online of like, what am I going to do? What am I going to do? I took some quick lawn spraying job, and they hired me right away because of my experience. And the first day there, I was like, this isn't what God wants. This isn't what God has for me. Like, they were smoking, they were still doing stuff at the job. Like, I'm like, this isn't it. I worked there 1 week, and I said, this isn't the job for me. And I kept looking online. I found an ad, applied to it, went to the interview. The guy hired me right away. It was like divine favor. And I started at the bottom of this company. I started as a laborer. It was a paver sealing company, a multi-million-dollar company, uh, a very successful 20-something years in business. And I started as a laborer, and after a couple months, the owner took a liking to me, and he promoted me to a crew leader, where I had a crew that I was in charge of running. And after doing that really well for some months, uh, he came and pulled me in the office one day, and he said, I think you would be really good at sales. He said, I would like to offer you the position as our sales closer. And of course, I was open to it. My dad did sales. He was a sales closer all his life. So I knew it ran in my blood. And like I said, I had built 4 businesses where I had to sell stuff, but that wasn't my primary job. Like, I also had to do the work. I had to do the billing, the office work, and I had to sell. But I've always had a gift with people, and being likable by others, which is a big part of sales. So the boss trained me. He took me under his wing for a little over a month, working together every day, training me. having me recite stuff, watch videos. Like I had to do a lot of work. And he set me up for success. Like I did really well. Um, I turned a $1.2 million company into 2.5 million in the first year. And it was, like I said, it was just divine favor. I was going into people's houses. I was preaching the gospel. I was laying hands on people. Like people were getting delivered in their living room. Um, People were coming to Christ. Like I was praying with people. It was powerful. Like God was not only blessing me financially, but this had become my ministry. Now, mind you, I got to go before this too, because before this, before I get to this sales closing position, I want to talk for a minute about the church hurt, my experience with the church. So I started, some of you have heard before where I was attending a church and I was even part of some men's group, and the guy turned on me and we had a whole falling out, and then I had to go and repent to him and he repented to me, and we bridged everything back together. And there was a lot of stuff that happened in that time frame. Well, when I came back here after the whole crazy girlfriend thing and I lost everything, and I made that promise to God, he connected me with a mentor, and he had his own ministry, and we had been friends before that, but I didn't really know him on a deep level. I just heard of him, like had some brief conversations here and there. And even when I was in that relationship, he sent me a message one night out of nowhere, and I know it was God, but he sent me a message more or less saying that God had a big calling on my life, that he was gonna use me in powerful ways, and that I'm not forgotten, that God sees me, and that's more or less what the message said. And it really impacted me when I read it, but I wouldn't understand why or start to see why till later. So, mind you, as I come back to my dad's house, I encounter God again. I get the job with this company. Him and I connect, and he was going through something. He put a post up on Facebook or something, and I sent him a message, and I was like, "Hey man, just want you to know I'm here for you if you need anything." And he messaged me right back, and he was like, "Hey, let's get breakfast." So I'm like, "Yeah, absolutely." So we meet for breakfast, and he again reiterated his message he sent to me some months prior. And that's how you know it's God. Like it wasn't even something that was supposed to come up. He brought it up, and he said something to me. He said, I want you to do life with me. I want you to be my brother. And nobody had ever said that to me before. So him and I, we had forged like this Jonathan and David relationship. It was like a brotherhood. It was a mentorship. It was a family. Like, mind you, we spent pretty much every day together, working out, reading the word, um, preaching on stages, like just doing all kinds of stuff. Um, and it was really powerful for a while. But every time it was like God was elevating me, he would come and step on me. This is where I experienced spiritual abuse, when my anointing was increasing and God was pulling me to deeper levels, he would come along and be like, why are you doing that? Or why are you over here doing this? Or you're not ready to do this yet. And he would start trying to control my life. Like you shouldn't be friends with that person, or you shouldn't be doing this. And I'm like, hang on a second. So him and I were like starting to butt heads. Mind you, at around the same time, the ministry that I'm a part of is starting to become about money and not about souls. I'm starting to see a shift where what it was once about, it's not about anymore. So, mind you, I'm having success at my job. I'm doing ministry at my job. God is moving in big ways. Then, then I get a big blow. I get a big blow in my life where I lose my father. My father passes away. And my father he was a mentor. He was not just a father, he was a friend. He was the glue of the family. So, and he was the man that took me in when I had nowhere to go. So, when I got that phone call, I was at work, and I my son actually called me. My son was at the house with my dad, and I could hear it in his voice that I never heard this in my son's voice, but I knew it struck my heart like a lightning bolt. And he said, Dad, Grandpa fell on the ground and he's not getting up and he's purple. So I'm 45 minutes away from my house. So I immediately in that moment, I gun it. I start driving as fast as I can to get to the house. Um, Mind you, my son has called 911. He's called the paramedics, all that. So in my head, I'm like, I can't believe my son has had to find my dad like this, and then I'm not there. So like I'm like inside, I'm like, I need to get there to save him, you know? So and I'm still trying to wrap my mind around all this. Like, am I dreaming this or is this real life? Like, if this is a dream, like I want to wake up right now. I this is not funny anymore. So it's as I'm hurrying back home. It's like I'm hitting every traffic jam, every obstacle. Like it's like the devil is doing everything he can to not get me to the house. So as I get on my street, I see the police in the front lawn, and I see the medical examiner. So I'm like, I know this is real now. Like this is real life. Um, so as I get out of the truck, the police officer walks up to me and he tells me, he says, your father is passed away. He said we're waiting for them to release the body so the medical examiner can take it to the medical examiner's office to do the autopsy. So I like my heart is in my stomach. So I walk into the house, um, and like reality just hits me like a ton of bricks. Like, mind you, a house that my dad's house has been a very anointed home. This is a place where angels reside, and I know that because I've seen them multiple times, and I've seen my angel that watches over me. people have come to this house and every time said they felt the presence of God before they even walked through the front door. People's lives, including my own, have been transformed in this home. This home is blessed, it's anointed, and for the first time, a home that has always felt the presence of love. It felt like the love was sucked out of the room. When I walked through the door of my own house, it felt like the love was sucked, like the presence of something left for a moment. And I walk in the living room and there's my dad with a white sheet over him. So now I know, like, okay, this is realer than real. And I'm like, I'm in tears at this point. I'm trying to comfort my son because he just had a traumatic experience of finding his grandfather unresponsive on the ground, and now he's covered in a white sheet like you see in the movies. So I honored my father all of his life, and I still honor him. So the only thing I thought that I could do, because what the devil tried to weaponize against me was, if I could have got here sooner, he would still be alive. That's what the devil tried to weaponize against me. And I had to take that thought captive. Same as I did when he tried to whisper in my ear and say he took my father. So I pulled the sheet back to make sure it was my dad, and it was, and it didn't even look like him because his spirit was already in the presence of God, and all that was left was a shell. And that's the first time I realized how heavy an unalive body is he felt twice as heavy than he felt when he was alive. And I sat down next to him and I held his hand while I waited for the medical examiner to come and do what they have to do to release the body, and then they take the body with him. So to honor my father, I sat with him in the last moments that physically I would get to see him, till the funeral. And then I had to make the call to my family, and they came over, and they're they're broken, they're coming unglued. So now I'm not focused on what I'm going through. I'm focused on loving on them, encouraging them, and reminding them of where dad is. He's in heaven. He if anything, he feels bad for us that we're still here. So I'm just trying to encourage them through all that. My brother is really hit hard, um, because of just some past things that happened, and I got to spend the last 3 years of my dad's life with him every day. And even though I wanted to be mad at God when I came to this house and I had nothing, I was also grateful because when I was when I was in that negative mindset, God told me, he said, "How much longer do you think your father has to live?" And I never really thought about that until he spoke that to me, and I said, "Yeah, my dad is 70 years old at the time." I said, "He may not have a lot longer left." And that's what started to make me more intentional. am more grateful knowing that the clock is ticking. And I wouldn't know it at the time, but God strategically put me with my dad to spend the last 3 years of his life with him every day, to intimately be with my dad and eat meals together, go to movies together, go to walks and family gatherings together, like talk about God together, get in the word together. Um, that's what I miss the most is I miss the God talks. I miss how we would share what God was speaking to him and what God was speaking to me and how it connected together and what God was doing in each of our lives where mind you my prayer when I was addicted and broken and all this stuff I've shared with you guys, my prayer to God was don't take my father home until he knows that his son will be okay. That was my prayer. My father was there through the thick and the thin and the mud and the late night phone calls. I said, he stuck by my side through all the bad. Let him see the good. Let him see that it was worth it, that it wasn't a waste. And God granted me that where, my whole life I was trying to earn my father's approval through success, but I thought that was going to happen from a business standpoint. But what God secretly had it lined up that I didn't know is he said, I'm gonna give your dad a level of success in your life that is beyond what you think. And that was the spiritual success. And God was telling me this whole time you were trying to make your father proud of you through a world lens, but I'm going to show you how proud he is of you through a spiritual lens. So as God was moving in my life and delivering me and increasing my anointing, and my dad seeing people come to men's groups and come to my church, and my dad never got to see me traveling the world and doing revivals and you know starting a ministry and doing all this stuff, but he got to see the early stages of it. He got to see the beginning seed, that little seed that would germinate and grow into a partial plant. He got to see the beginning works of it. Um, and man, he was so proud, man. He was like my hype man. He'd always be he always tell me like I'm just excited to see what God is going to do next in your life and how many more people you're going to impact for his glory. Um, so God not only allowed me to spend the last 3 years of my life with my father, he allowed me to have my prayer answered. And then he allowed the last words my father would ever say to me is, I love you, son. Those will be the last words my father would ever say. And when he passed, that mantle that he carried was passed down to me. Prophetically, I believe my father was prophetic and didn't know it. He never wanted to be called a prophet. He never planted a church, but he planted people, and I'm one of them. And he always had prophetic words because he wrote them down every single day. And many of them are in his writings that some of you have read. And there's a lot more that will be released in the future of his prophetic messages and stories and words. And he was prophetically told by the Spirit of God that one of his sons would carry the mantle. My father didn't know if that would be me or if that would be my brother until the last year of my dad's life. And he knew that the mantle was going to be passed to me. We didn't really have many conversations about this because I think he thought he had more time. But he had started to make arrangements. He had started to put things into motion that he knew were going to be necessary for me to be able to do what I'm doing now. I would not, there's a big part of me that would not be able to do what I'm doing now had God not prepared my father to prepare me. And the calling is something I ran from for so many years of my life because I saw the crushing my dad went through. I saw how people rejected him. I saw how people made fun of him. I saw how people ostracized him and left him out, all because he wanted to preach Jesus and wanted people to feel loved. And my dad could come on strong at times, but he always meant well. One thing he always had is he had a spirit of boldness. I think that's a big part of where I get mine is because my dad was never afraid to tell you what he wanted to tell you. Whether it was good or it was bad, he would tell you. He did not have fear of man, ever. My dad was a fighter too. So I take that big blow, and then after losing my dad, God puts on my heart after 3.5 years of working a very successful sales closing career, God calls me to walk away. God tells me in a dream one night to walk away from my 6-figure career. Now, I didn't want to do it at first. My flesh said, I don't want to do that. But God convicted me and told me that if I don't do this, then I have made money my God, and he will have no other gods before him. So I went into my boss's office the next morning and I resigned. And I told him, I said, God is calling me into full-time ministry. I said, I love my job. I don't really want to leave my job. This has become a family to me, but I have to obey what God is telling me to do. And he knew, he gave me his blessing. He knew that God had a big calling on my life because, mind you, I was not only ministering to customers, I was ministering to him and to the employees. So I was ministering to all of them. And in the beginning, I kind of got made fun of, but toward the end, they began to respect me because of the love that I showed them. And that was hard to walk away from that amount of money and what I thought was my ministry and that security. Um, and then not knowing where I'm going from there, so I thought, okay, well, I'm involved with the ministry of my mentor. Maybe that's what God wants me to do. And it wouldn't be long after I left the career that the mentor would turn on me. The mentor began persecuting me. Every time I would try to grow and do evangelism, he would persecute me and step on me. And it got to a point where they became money driven and not soul driven. And I decided to walk away. God put on my heart to leave. And I tried to do it the right way because I'm a big person, and I'm only this way because of Jesus now. What definitely wasn't old me, but I'm a big person on what if you have to part ways with somebody, to do it the right way. When I left my career, I trained somebody for a month to be in my position. I didn't leave him in a bad position. When I left the ministry of my mentor, I didn't want to. I did everything I could to not leave on bad terms. So God had put on my heart to leave, and we arranged a sit down. And I didn't have to take that meeting. I could have just said I'm done, and I've made my decision. But you know, the word says, "Blessed are the peacemakers, for they will inherit the earth." So I took the meeting, and we all sat down together, laid everything out on the table. I told them where I was at. They said where they were at. It ended up turning into a back and forth. My mentor was trying to attack me, and then trying to get the other elders and leaders of the ministry that were in this meeting to side with him, which is what narcissism, the spirit of Jezebel, and Leviathan does, which is what was operating in my mentor. And it wasn't always that way. He was an amazing person for the big chunk of it, but he opened the door, and stuff came in and changed who he was, and the way his character and the way he operated. So after a 2-hour meeting, we agreed to disagree. We realized we're not going to come to an understanding. You have your path, and I have my path, and at the end of the day, I wish the best for you. You wish the best for me, and that's it, you know. And that's the way it went. And I had to forgive him, not just for words that were said, but there are also finances that are involved, that I'm still owed to this day. And I had to give all that to God. That I had to surrender it all to him. So mind you, I lose my dad. And this is why I say, when you carry an anointing, get ready to go through suffering, because I had to lose my dad and my best friend. I had to walk away from my 6-figure career, and the ministry and mentor that I had, I'm now on the outs with. So I got nothing. Here I am. I'm in a position like, what are we doing, God? And he told me, we're going to the desert. We're going to the wilderness, because there's some things in your life that I'm going to break off. And this is when God had to take me through a healing journey. And he had to take me through a process where he was removing insecurity, he was removing offense, he was removing trauma, he was removing grief. And I would stay in this wilderness for an entire year of not knowing how long I'm going to be here. You know, when is the promise going to come? You know, in that process, he uh he told me to go to an event. There's a man named, many of you probably know who he is. His name is Daniel Adams. And Daniel Adams was having an event by my house because he lives here in Florida. And I had just like kind of found out who he was like 6 months prior, started watching some of his videos and stuff. And the Spirit of the Lord said, I want you to go to that event. And I didn't know why. And I'm like, okay. So I get the ticket, and it's a outside event, and I'm there, and I don't really know why I'm there. I'm like, I don't need deliverance. And I'm like, well, maybe God's gonna give me a word, I guess. And Daniel Adams came out and he said, I want everyone here. There was like 200 people there. He said, I want you to ask um what you're expecting God for here tonight. And I never normally try to put expectations on God, but I said, if I have to ask you for something tonight, God, I said, I need you to confirm my calling. I need you to confirm what you have for my life. So he gives his message, and then he starts to go into the deliverance stuff. Uh, there were like 20 people up by the stage area, and everyone else was sitting down in the crowd. And he was going through like deliverance with one of the people, and I heard the Spirit of God say, I want you to stand up, I want you to walk up there. So I get out of my chair and I start walking up, and everyone's looking at me weird, like, what is this dude doing, like walking up to the altar area? And there's like 20 people standing in like a line, like all connected together in just one long line. And he's over here like on the right doing deliverance with somebody, and I'm kind of in the middle. And he's not going in any kind of order, like he's not going one by one by one. So he starts over here, and then he goes all the way to the left to like a guy on the other end. And I'm like, I'm standing there, and I'm kind of like having this conversation with God in my head, like, what am I doing up here? Why am I standing up here? It's like he don't even see me. Like he's going to people around me, but it's almost like I have a veil that like I'm invisible and nobody can see me. And I begin having this conversation with God, and I'm like, I say to God, I say, you know what? If he doesn't say anything to me, it's okay. Like nothing changes. Like I'm still going to pursue you with all my heart, and whatever you have for me is whatever you have for me. And I kid you not, instantly when I said that, instantly in that moment, he locked eyes with me, and he walked straight up to me. And before he could get within arm's reach to even touch me, he smiled real big. And I'll never forget, he looked at me and he smiled, and he said, you have the mantle of Paul over your life. And he said that you will travel the nations and you will impact hundreds and thousands of lives for the kingdom of God. And it was in that moment that God was, because I had heard people say similar stuff like the majority of my life, but not quite to that level. He said, you carry the mantle of Paul, and just like Paul, you will preach the gospel of grace, because that's what Paul preached. And then he said, I'm going to lay hands on you because I need to pray for you. And he began to pray for God to give me the strength for the mantle that was over my life. And as my eyes were closed and his eyes were closed and he was praying on me, God showed me a vision of it was me standing where he was standing, looking out into a crowd. But just like in the book of Acts, where the shadow of Peter was making demons manifest and even casting out demons and healing the sick, God showed me a vision just like that. And then I said to God, after Daniel Adams had finished praying for me, I said to God, I said, why are you showing me that? I said, he said, that's what you carry. You haven't fully stepped into it yet, but that's what's over your life. And then it's like I began to almost like question God, like, why me? Like, why me? Why not somebody else? He said, because you gave me your yes, because you listened to my voice. And when I got in the car and I started driving home, because the event was about an hour away, a buddy of mine called me, knowing that I was going to this event, but not knowing anything that was said. And he said to me, he said to me, he said, you know, you're an apostle, right? And when he said that, God confirmed again. It was that confirmation again. Because I knew what I carried, but I was running from it and I was even rejecting it. And when he said that, I felt in my spirit God telling me, are you going to stop rejecting the gift? Are you going to stop rejecting the gift that I've given you? Because I never wanted to carry a title, because I knew if I carried the title that I was going to get attacked at a higher level than I was already getting attacked. But God also had to deal with me. Your identity is not put in the title, but you can also reject it. You can reject it by not operating in the grace that's over your life. So that is when I decided I'm no longer going to run from it, but I'm going to embrace it. And I tell you what, when I did that night, when I embraced it, something changed. It was like the mantle that was passed down from my father got activated. It's like I had the mantle, but it wasn't activated yet. It was in that moment where it's like that mantle and that grace was activated. That's the only way that I can explain it. And that's when I began to start 1-8 Ministries. That's when things began to God was starting to bring things together. And this is so crazy too, because I saw him a year later. After I went and spoke to him, he laid hands on me and prophesied over me. I saw him a year later. And mind you, he sees so many people that he doesn't really typically remember what he said, you know. And he spoke another word over me again, and he said, he said, you have that father thing over your life. And he said, it's really big. Now, what he was saying was in reference to the pastoral gift, like being a covering, you know, mentoring people, discipling people. He was saying, just like Paul, mind you, Paul raised up Timothy, you know, Titus. There were a bunch of people. I don't know why I'm drawing a blank, but there were a bunch of people that the Apostle Paul ended up discipling and raising up into pastoral positions. And it that goes with the prophecy that I was given, because just like Paul was a mighty man of God, an apostle to the nations, he also raised up other mighty people. And that's what the grace of an apostle does, is it's not just about their life, it's about they raise other people up to their destiny, to their purpose. So mind you, all that connects back to where I am today. I had to leave a six-figure career. I had to leave a ministry that was putting me in a cage and stopping me from elevating and flying, to start 1-8 Ministries, for God to divinely send me the people that are in this ministry to not just do ministry with, but to be a family, to be that church of Acts, to do life together, to rejoice together, to cry together, to build together, to sow together, to reap together. Like that's what God's original design was. And that's why this ministry is not only a ministry that's different from other ministries, but it's set apart because the love of God is the centerpiece. And that's what it was in the church of Acts. In the book of Acts, in Acts chapter 2, it says that people were in awe. They were in amazement of the love that they had for one another. That's the beacon of light that God sends out into the nations and sets on a hill for it to be seen by the world, of the love that is there for one another. Ministry without love is just a business. That's all it is. Ministry without love is a business. And that's why a lot of ministries are nothing less than a business. That's all they are. And a business is about numbers, and that's all they care about. But see, the ministry of Jesus Christ is about love. It's about kingdom. It's about covenant. It's about purity. It's about righteousness. That is everything contrary to a business. A business is a contract. A business, I want you to hear this. A business is a contract. A relationship is a covenant. We're not under contract, we're under covenant. See, a contract expires at some point. A covenant does not. That's right. Without love, we're nothing. That's what 1 Corinthians 13 says. A business is a contract. A relationship is a covenant. So, see, a ministry and covenant together is a very powerful thing, because God is a God of covenant. He keeps his covenant. We have to keep ours. We have to keep up our end of the deal. We don't have to worry about God keeping his end. He'll keep his. It's, will we keep our end? Will we remain faithful? That's why the word says, those that endure to the end. What does that mean? Those that keep the covenant to the end will be the ones that have the crown of life. We have to endure to the end. We have to remain in covenant and not get outside of it. And covenant isn't based on feelings, it's not based on emotions. There's going to be times where it's hard. It's not all roses and rainbows. This isn't a comfort walk, but there's comfort in it. God never called us to be comfortable or complacent, and my testimony will tell you just that. Going on 14 years in the faith, there's been nothing comfortable about any moment of it. It's been hard, it's been challenging, it's been difficult, but it has produced, and it continues to produce fruit and results. We are refined in our suffering and our persecution. And if Jesus had to suffer, then we're going to have to suffer too. He had to endure great suffering, and so do we. But there's a reward for it. So I pray this has blessed somebody. My testimony. I know it's long.